Someone of my friends, like,
Hello? Okay. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Madrid and to this meeting. Just to make sure, because it's a long room, make sure that at the back the sound is okay. Can you hear? Okay, thanks. Okay, so I would like first to welcome you on behalf of all the WP6 team. WP6, you can see here in the screen, of course you cannot read, but just to show you that it's a large team of people from member states, from several member states: Denmark, Norway, Spain, Croatia, Ireland, the Netherlands, and UK. And we have worked from almost 2.5 years together in order to try to improve, or try to think on how to improve risk communication to healthcare professionals and patients. And we all are very pleased to be here and share with you the results of our work. So you are the first one who have the privilege of hearing about what we have done and where we have get. First, I would like to just say some words about the SCOPE project, because some of you, of course, know about it, but others probably don't. So this SCOPE project is a 3-year project that has been jointly funded by the European Commission and participating member states, trying to strengthen the implementation of pharmacovigilance legislation in all aspects. As you know, in 2012 came into force a new pharmacovigilance legislation which increased substantially our role, our responsibilities, and so the European Commission and member states thought that it was good that we got together and we try to help each other in order to be able to cope with all our functions as soon as possible. This project started, in fact it started in November 2013 and will finish in November 2016. This is the structure of the project. I hope you can see a little bit, but just to show you that it's quite a large project. There are several, the work or the task or the work we have done is divided in several work packages. As you can see, there is a work package on adverse reaction collection, which is led by our Croatian colleagues. There is a work package on signal management, led by the Netherlands. Another work package on risk communication, led by Spain. That's what we will talk about today. There is another work package on quality management system, led by Hungary. And another one on life cycle pharmacovigilance, led by our Italian colleagues. The project is coordinated by the UK, which takes care not only of the coordination, but also on the dissemination of the project. And also, Portugal has a role on dealing with the evaluation of the whole project. So they are here, and maybe you will hear from them later on. They will ask you how did you like the meeting, and so on. So today, as I was saying, we will focus on risk communication and present you the results we have got. How did we structure this work? We have also structured in several topics that we have been working in since November 2013. The first thing we wonder is how member states, how national competent authorities, which has a role by law on doing this communication, how are they doing these communications? So for this, we sent a questionnaire to all national competent authorities of the member states, asking about several aspects on how they were doing risk communications. And this part of the work has been led by the Swedish Medical Agency, MPA. Also, we wanted to know something about web portals, because also the legislation puts us some obligations on which information to be included in the web portals. Although web portals are quite developed in most of the member states, we wanted to know how they, which information is included in the web portals, how it's organized, and different aspects. So we also sent a questionnaire about web portals to all national agencies of member states, and later on we did some work just checking. If it was easy in several member states web portals to find this information, and with this, we produced a document that you have today on your badge on, several aspects and recommendations that we felt could improve web portals in different member states. Then the third aspect we deal with is what's the impact of the risk communications we are providing to healthcare professionals and to patients and citizens. How they perceive these communications. Really, do they follow them? What's the impression of these? Are they helpful for them? Would they like to have them in different way? So for this, we elaborate and send a survey in 9 member states. The 9 member states participating in this work package, in work package 6. So we send a questionnaire to general practitioners, cardiologists, and in some countries also pharmacists, asking about this. So you will hear later about the results of this survey, but as you see, we have representation of member states from the north of Europe, from the center of Europe, and from the south of Europe. So we thought, okay, they don't see me, too small. So, so we thought we had a good representation of the different parts of Europe. Of course, it would have been great to have every country involved, but anyhow, we thought that having 9 member states involved was quite a challenge. And then we wanted to also gather some input from patients and citizens. So for this, we have the great collaboration from EUPATI, from BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, and also from EUPATI, which is the European Patients Academy on Therapeutic Innovations. So, well, they nicely collaborate with us and gave us also some input on how patients, how citizens are thinking about communication and are well, envisaging how they will be or how they would like to be informed by national competent authorities. With this, we were supposed, in theory, as the project at the beginning said, we had to issue good practice, but we thought good practice was too much. So what we have elaborated is some proposals for improvement. So with all the information we have collected, what we did, with this, how we think that could be worth or to share with others in order to improve the communication. And this part of the work has been led by our Italian colleagues. Sorry, I forgot to say that the part of the surveys and to healthcare professionals and patients have been led by our Irish colleagues. Sorry for this. So, well, more or less here is just to show you how we organize the work. In July 2014, we issue the surveys to national competent authorities. And, well, we worked until June 2000 or spring 2015 on examining the results and analyzing. On June 2015, we released the survey to healthcare professionals, and thanks for all healthcare professionals who help us with this survey. At least in Spain, I know there is some people there. They were really enthusiastic and help us a lot, and I'm sure in other member states as well. And September 2015, we started collecting information from patients and citizens. And, well, we have been working since then on elaborating the web portal Good Practice Guidance and the proposal for improvement in communication based on all the information we collected. So what we do expect from this workshop? From this workshop, first, we would like to share with you all the information we got about the survey results and the current situation in the European Union on these aspects. But most importantly, we want to discuss with you the main topics. For this, we will have, in the afternoon, and you will hear more about it, we will have several breakout sessions. What we have done is that we have identified 4 topics that we think that, we thought from the answers we received that we would like to discuss with others outside of the project. And we have elaborated some questions that we would like to discuss with you in 4 groups this afternoon. These aspects are public participation, messages dissemination, communication of emergent safety issues, and additional risk minimization tools, especially educational materials. So we will, this afternoon, and Frederick will explain you a little bit later about it, but we will divide it in 4 groups. You have, each of you, a color, and this means, this tells you the group we will belong to, and then we will discuss in a small group, and tomorrow we will come back, and we will share this information in the plenary. Also, for this, we have a panel discussion with 6 panelists tomorrow, and to continue discussion on the topics. Then we would like also to have some perspectives from academia and from experienced healthcare professionals and patients on these aspects. So we will have some talks about academia from Frederic Bouder, Theo Reynor, and some practical experience on risk communication by a healthcare professional and a patient representative. So thanks very much for this. And for finalizing tomorrow, we will think a little bit about the future. And for this, we have the privilege to count on June Rain. And she will be listening very carefully, trying to extract the main issues of this 1.5 days and well, go home or try to synthesize and see how we can move forward. Just to give you a flavor, we have in the audience different people. We have people from national competent authorities, 7 participants, and not only from pharmacovigilance, but also from the communication side of the national agencies. We felt this was important that we got together, and we don't have much chances to have mixed meetings apart from the meetings of our local agencies. We have also healthcare professionals. We have patients and consumers. We have a WHO representative. Marie Lindquist is here with us. Thanks, Marie, for coming. Well, she's, as you know, the director of the Uppsala Monitoring Center of the WHO Collaborating Center on International Drug Monitoring. We have some LAREV representatives somewhere. We have 2 EMEA representatives. We have 1 EAMI representative. You don't know what is EAMI. EAMI is a network of Ibero-American drug regulatory authorities. We collaborate a lot with them, and we felt that it was nice that they could have the possibility to at least 1 person to stay here with us and to listen and well, also exchange their experience on these topics. So thanks, Pilar, for coming. It's a long journey for you, but we are very pleased that you are here. And then we have some academia representatives. So we have around 105 or 3 people, well, apart from people from our unit on pharmacovigilance and epidemiology at the Spanish Medicines Agency, who have been all working at the back and supporting this. You have received some documents. They are for your information. You have received a document on risk communication, proposal for improvement, that is a kind of distillate of what we have got to know with all these surveys and so on. And then this document has 3 annexes. One with all the details about the survey report on the audit of national methods of communication, another one on the survey report on patients and consumers, and a third annex on the survey on healthcare professionals. All these annexes were quite, a lot of paper to be printed, are in the memory stick that you have received. And then you have in paper also the main, the good practice guide on web-based safety information, and the annex, that is the survey report on the web portals we made to all national competent authorities, is also on the memory stick. So just to end my presentation, well, this is some logistics. We'll have coffee break and lunch today. The meeting will end around 5:30 p.m. and we have a dinner. I hope you all can do the dinner. And here you have the restaurants. In the app you have of the scope. You have all the details on the restaurants, where it is. It's at a walking distance from here, maybe 20 minutes. Nice walk I think the weather will be pleasant today. And so, I mean, it's nice because during the dinner we could also continue the interaction and keep knowing each other. On the second day, the meeting will start at 9:30. We have a coffee break, and the meeting will end at 1:15. I think at some point of time, someone will take some pictures from us, and I don't know where it will be, but, well, someone will tell us what's the organization for that. And just to warn them that we are recording and streaming the meeting so that other colleagues that couldn't be with us today, could have the chance to look at it. And this will be also available, I hope, in the SCOPE webpage. So just to thank you for coming. I know it's difficult. I have a lot of travel obligations, so it's really thanks for being here with us today. And just to tell you that your collaboration is essential. We want an interactive meeting. We want you to collaborate in the break session so that we can get most of being here together for 1.5 days. So thanks very much. Well, since I am here, I will present to our first speaker, really, is Frédéric Bouder. Frédéric has been part of the project. He has helped us, although he's not part of national agencies. He has a lot of experience on risk communication, and he has, well, volunteered to help us during all this year. He's an assistant professor in the Department of Technology and Society Studies at Maastricht University. He also collaborates with King's College. He has worked extensively on pharmaceutical issues. He's an expert on risk communication, and he has been consultant of FDA, OMB, and EMEA on issues related to risk communication. So we will have the opportunity to listen to him on risk communication overview on current knowledge. So please, Frédéric.
Thank you so much, Dolores, and it's a very great pleasure to be here, and I was really happy to take part in this exercise, which has been a fascinating journey. I don't know if my talk is on. I hope everybody can see at the back. I understand you have screens, so I think even if you can't see me, you can see the slides when they come up. Okay. This is not me.
¿Cuál es? ¿Dónde las tenéis grabadas?
Yeah, that's me. I'm there. Great. Super. Thanks. So today I wanted to suggested to the organizers, actually, I said, why don't I start with some, highlights on, what is risk communication really about, and also results on, some work that we've been doing on risk communication to give you a sense of where the field is going in relation to medicines. And they gently said, yes, why not? So that's why I'm here. First of all, what is risk communication? I'd like to come back to a definition that was given by the FDA Risk Communication Advisory Committee, which I think is extremely sensible, especially so because, you know, Baruch Fisher, who is basically maybe the #1 person worldwide on risk communication, was the chair of that, founding chair of that committee. So it is about the interactively sharing of risk and benefits information with the public to enable people to make informed, independent judgments. So risk communication has sometimes been misconceptualized as, you know, telling people what to do or changing their behavior. And we know from psychology that doesn't work very well. What we need to do is more thinking in terms of the web of relationships between different actors and how this can help, how communication can help people again, make better decisions for themselves. So in the context of medicines, I would very much argue, you know, help people support decisions that will be beneficial to their health and make better trade-offs between benefits and risks. So risk communication has been really benefiting from a number of scientific advancements. One of the highlights that I would like to underline here is, you know, all the work coming from psychology, the so-called psychometric studies, which I will give you some examples in a minute. Trust, you know, relationships of trust, depending on who we trust or who we don't trust, we tend to have very different behaviors. And also the fact that all this work on risk perception and trust has influenced the way we think about, you know, how we can communicate risk. I'd like to also underline that risk communications is a discipline that goes far beyond medicines and actually didn't really start in the area of pharmaceuticals or medicines. Most of the earlier studies were, for example, on nuclear energy, aviations, and other sectors. But there have been an increasing interest in, you know, how this could be applied to the area of medicines. So coming back to, you know, where are we on risk communication in the 21st century in our area of medicines, I would say that there are a number of salient points that I would like to highlight. So first, you know, I think risk communication, we're in an environment where it is more contested. You know, as I said, what it is all about is, you know, the relationships between the various aspects, the senders and the receivers of messages. And we are in an environment where it has been more problematic than in the past, with a number, for example, of media scares, you know, and we have in this room, I think, 70 people coming from the NCAs, and they're all aware of, you know, issues around specific products, and the HPV vaccine is very high on the agenda of some agencies, I understand now, and so that's, you know, probably something very obvious to you. Another aspect which has been increasingly been developing is the notion that some external entities or groups would like to reanalyze and look back into the data that the pharmaceutical regulators release, for example. And that leads to discussions about, for example, you know, are the good decisions made, and does this drug work, etc. We are also moving into an environment where communication needs to take place in a more transparent context. You will hear today about, for example, the web portals that are, you know, developed by the agencies, and that's one of the areas that have been looked into by the scope group. Agencies publish documents more proactively. They disclose the minutes of their meetings. So risk communication takes place in a more transparent environment. It is also taking place in a more participatory environment. You know, the EMA or national competent authorities tend to organize increasingly, you know, consultations with members of the public, whether they are, you know, groups of patients and consumers, or whether they are the general public. We are moving now into the territory of introducing public hearings, which will also bring people more into, you know, discussing the pros and cons, for example, of medicines. We have also a legal mandate to apply, for example, the Aarhus Convention on Participation. So that also applies to the medical field. And finally, I think one of the features of risk communication in the 21st century, it is becoming increasingly technology-driven. There's less face-to-face time for interactions, for example, with healthcare professionals and between healthcare professionals and patients. And also there is the development of, applications, medical apps, and you may hear about that as well during these 2 days. Well, these create both opportunities and challenges for risk communication. When you don't have direct access to people, then you have to think about, how do we maintain levels of trust, for example, in people we don't see so much or so often. So we've been developing a number of studies with colleagues from various universities. Doris mentioned King's College, or my university. We're also developing collaboration with people in Paris, what we were very interested is, I would like to convey some findings about, what is the relationship between the regulators, especially, and the general public. And what have been some of the outcome of this research is that, we think the public have, in general, fairly low knowledge of the regulators. And on the other hand, another aspect is they typically complain that they have difficulties to obtain information from them. When you ask them, is it easy to obtain information? And also, the public do not necessarily turn to the regulator to get information. So these are a number of key aspects that have some structuring effect on risk communication. So we've been looking more recently into a number of aspects of, who do the public trust? Who do they turn to, looking at the medical actors, GP, pharmacists, local hospitals, emergency services, the societal actors, the internet, the friends or relatives of people, the patient groups, and the mass media, and the industry, finally. So we've done a number of surveys, and I will use some of this to give some fresh evidence on, what I think about risk communication. And I can talk more later, but I think I have a limited time, so I don't want to get through the detail of the surveys. But I think there are 5 points I'd like to also put to you, is that we need to pay attention to perception drivers when we think about how we communicate risks. We need to engage in what I call trust-building two-way communication. I will give an example. We need to make communications proactive. We need to think about who are the neutral parties that may be supporting risk communication. Often there could be healthcare professionals, for example, in this area. And we need to think about the context. So about the perception driver, we have, and obviously we have limited time here, so I can't go through, in detail, in depth, all the perception drivers that we know. But bear in mind that, risk communication, risk perception studies in particular, started really to emerge in the 1960s. And have been looking into all sorts of risk and how people perceive this risk. And I'll be happy to discuss this further with you. And this boils down to a number of salient drivers. Like, for example, people feel much more comfortable with anything that they perceive as natural compared to something they perceive as technological. As we all know, sometimes both are not easy to separate. And, chemists would say, well, actually, chemistry, everything is natural, is out there, and you can't separate the natural from the technological. But still, the way people perceive it makes a big difference. So, for example, we've had some flooding in Europe, and people typically are not very well prepared, and they tend to underestimate the risks of flooding compared to, for example, if you tell them there is an imminent nuclear threat, then they will be really much more alarmed and taking more protective measures. Well, you could see that plays out also in the medical field, potentially. People, for example, believe more in kind of natural boosts for your immune systems compared to a technological intervention of a vaccine. And even if doctors think that's nonsense, that's what many people feel. They want some, helping their immune system cope like naturally. Same with voluntariness and voluntary risk. People tend to prefer something that they have decided to do compared to something that is seen as involuntary. And there you can think, if I stick to my example about vaccine, if you have a mandated vaccination program compared to the vaccine you take on a voluntary basis, that makes a difference in people's minds about the perception of potential risks and if there is a discussion about the risk. It is, in my view, not just by chance that people who get, for example, vaccination to go on holiday, yellow fever vaccination, tend to not question this. This is a kind of voluntary action they're taking. The familiar, non-familiar risk is also another driver. And I will go through this driver fairly quickly because I understand I have limited time. But if you're familiar with the situation, again, you tend to perceive the risk as less risky compared to a new situation. And that also plays a role with new medicines, biotech, and others which may be perceived as more risky by people, nanotechnology, etc., because they are not familiar. This is a new problem coming to them. Whether you feel you can control a situation or not control a situation also makes a difference. Whether it's high frequency and low consequence versus low frequency and high consequence as well. Who believes in this room, raise your hands, that people are more worried about high frequency, low consequence? Who believes low frequency, high consequence? Yes, you're right. People are worried about the big thing that may happen, the big, explosion, So whether it affects children or not also makes a big difference. And again, coming back to vaccines, the MMR vaccine is a good example of that. It's all about how children may get autism from the vaccine, supposedly. And that explains why also it resonates so much in the population when any of these claims are made. Anything that affects our reproductive organs is similarly something that tends to worry people very much. And then, all the debates about endocrine disruptors is linked to that perception that, maybe fertility will be jeopardized by certain substance, pharmaceuticals in the environment, for example. So a number of studies have been developed, and I did a summary a couple of years back on, what did we know about, various perception studies around drugs. And it is clear that, for example, at the low end of the spectrum, you had, and this obviously needs to be revised on a regular basis because perceptions evolve. But for example, vitamin pills is typically something people are not worried about. Well, when you know that if you take too many vitamins, actually that can be quite a problem. It is something to consider in terms of the risk communication. At the very end of the other end of the spectrum, there is something which we call the dread factor, and the nuclear energy being, for example, a dread risk, and DNA technology was very much seen as the main risk approaching the dread factor in the medical field. People don't like the idea that you are going to fiddle with their DNA, even though the actual intervention may be less risky than an overload of vitamin pills. So you also have to consider that people don't see everything equal. Now, the problem that we've been encountering sometimes, and again, I'm sure some of the members of NCAs are very aware of that as well as others, is that, who trusts us and why don't people trust us? And I was looking back at some of the FDA, minutes from the Risk Communication Advisory Committee, and highlighting some quotes from members of the public. Well, I would rather have a medicine approved than not, but they are definitely in cahoots with the drug companies. And that draws off some of the aspects of trust that we know from research, which is trust often boils down to three main elements: fairness, competence, and efficiency. If you feel that, you know, an entity or a person is fair, treats you fairly, know that what they're doing is competent, and also doesn't, you know, throw money out of the window, they are efficient, you're more likely to trust them compared to, you know, thinking that they are, you know, not treating fairly and they are incompetent and inefficient. So they try to do a good job, but you know, I don't think they have enough resources to take care of it all. So that's playing into the efficiency issue. Now, I wanted to take very briefly this example that I analyzed back a couple of years back when I worked with the EMA. I spent 1 year there, and I looked at one example, which was Gardasil scare in Spain. I took this example, although it's now a bit antiquated, because it happened in Spain, and we are in Spain, and also because I understand, you know, we are not out of the problems with HPV vaccination in a number of member states. Well, what was interesting in this case is that, you know, despite a very positive benefit-risk assessment, you know, when something happened, it became a big story. And 2 teenage girls became very agitated after having injected with the second dose. You know, the vaccine involved 3 doses. And they were put in the same room in a hospital, which is probably not the best thing to do. And they became very agitated, and the doctors induced coma. And the problem is that obviously you don't want to have your children in coma after they've been vaccinated. And that led to a big worry, which you know, led to, you know, what can we do with this issue? And the Ministry of Health basically decided to say, okay, let's apply precaution there. Let's stop the batch and see what's going on. What is interesting in terms of risk communication is how, and I understand the EMA has made a lot of progress since those days, you know, but how this was presented by the regulator to the public through a press release. Because if you look at the press release, there were really 3 elements of the press release. The first element said, you know, we have, you know, concluded that there is no problem, you know, that the Gardasil benefits outweigh the risks. So very reassuring for an ordinary member of the public reading this. But the second paragraph of the press release said, you know, the CHMP and its pharmacovigilance working party are investigating the situation further, and they want a full analysis of the batch. And if you are an ordinary member of the public, when you read this, you're thinking, well, actually, probably there's something wrong there. And the third paragraph basically saying, oh, we are going to reinforce information on syncope as a side effect of vaccination with Gardasil on the information leaflet. So which, again, as a member of the public, you would say, well, actually, that means there is proof that there is a problem. So when we think about risk communication, we need to take into consideration the impact. And I understand that from a regulatory perspective, maybe this made sense to say, you know, we need to look into it anyway, and assuming maybe the public wants to have anyway something done about it. But actually, the way the communication was structured was very confusing. And trust was especially challenged in Spain in this context because of the intense media coverage on an issue that actually was never consensual in the first place. There had been discussion prior to the vaccination campaign, basically saying, you know, this vaccine is too expensive, and do we need it in the first place? Maybe we have other, you know, HPV is in the field of sexual health. Maybe we have other protective measures against getting a sexual disease. And the debate became very politicized. The main consumer organization told me, well, actually, we don't want to speak in favor of the industry, even if we think there is not really high risk there, because they've been so greedy. So we are not going to reinforce the message that this is safe. We're going to highlight, we are going to stress that, you know, we would like people to make their own choices. Finally, the issue was resolved, and this is also why this case is so interesting, by something which was actually very much consistent with what we advise on how to deal with risk communication, which is basically to say we have to go back to those who are perceived as neutral parties. We cannot rely on industry communication. Probably we can't rely on the regulators' communication in this case. We have to go back to those trusted. And what the Spanish authorities did successfully is to convey a panel of experts, medical experts, to look into the issue. And they came to the conclusion, basically, that there is a relationship, but it was not a biological one. Well, basically, it was a psychological overreaction. And this actually, overnight, stopped the debate on the issue, or the scandal was put to bed. So now, the last part of my presentation is really to give you some data from recent surveys that we've been conducting. And why is, when we engage in communication, one first question we might ask ourselves is, do patients actually want this information that we're providing? We're going to hear a lot here about a lot of information that is giving out on websites and other media. Well, actually, the conclusion we had from looking into, we had two surveys of about 5,000 members of the public across Europe, one over 1,000 per country, also 5,000. And then we also looked into patients. But for members of the public, what they say is overwhelmingly yes, 76%. What is interesting is when we ask the question, would you like to receive information on medicines when there is a safety problem before or after some scientific investigation has been conducted? Then actually what we see is a very strong difference between members of the public and the healthcare professionals and the regulator. Both healthcare professionals and their regulators tend to say, we would like a scientific analysis to have been conducted, while members of the public say, no, we want the information as soon as possible. And actually, we also conducted some follow-up studies with, and I'm sorry if it appears quite small on the screens, I hope you can read it, but we also did it with patients from a number of diseases which I presented originally, so osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis, IPF, HIV, AIDS. And we asked them the same question. And actually what is interesting is there is a strong consistency between the answers that patients and ordinary members of the public are giving. They want the information before risk assessment has been conducted, when there is a possible sign of a safety problem, while the EU doctors, which actually are very consistent with US doctors in an earlier study that we conducted, want this information overwhelmingly, at a later stage. And they think, both in EU and the US, that it's actually a bad idea to give information too early, which creates, obviously, a challenge in terms of communication. Another challenge for communication is actually, what is going to be the impact if we assume that members of the public want this information early? And there, I'm giving you, these slides are from the most recent general population survey that we did, and we did an earlier survey in 2012, and 2 patient surveys, is, what would they do as we asked them at their first action? Well, actually, in countries like Great Britain or Denmark, and that's also consistent with data from the first survey we did with the Netherlands and Sweden, people tend to say, my first reaction, overwhelming or like in large numbers, is to seek additional advice about the medicine. While in other countries, and we call these the stoppers versus the seekers, the majority of people tend to say, well, actually, what we want is, first action is to stop taking our medicines. We are not going to ask for information. In Italy, strikingly, there is also a large subset of the population, 18%, who said we would reduce our dose. So which is, as we know, even more problematic in a number of cases than stopping your medicines. So in terms of the neutral parties that I mentioned when I went through the Spanish case, what is interesting, we looked at, who do you trust and who do you go to? Who is accessible and who is trustworthy? And there's there are some variations there. Basically, often people assume that we are all going on the internet to get information, and this is kind of true. But do we trust the internet? Actually, the trustworthiness of the internet was not that high. On the other hand, pharmacies, doctors really score high on both. They are accessible, and they are, we can trust them. At the lowest end, politicians are neither accessible nor trusted. NCAs score higher than the industry, but not very high, not as high as healthcare professionals, which creates, again, a question, how are we going to monitor risk communication? And I would very much say that, what is interesting also is that compared to the ordinary members of the public and patients, doctors tend to have a higher trust in the regulator. So so they tend to, healthcare professionals who are trusted by the public tend to trust also the regulator. So on the other hand, one of the challenges is obviously, and this is coming from the BMA survey, so it's not coming from my work, but what was interesting and why I did put that slide is that when you ask doctors, do they have the time? Well, overwhelmingly nowadays, they tend to say we are overworked. So that's really creating, 53% say that their workload is manageable, but it's too heavy, and 37% that it's unmanageable. So that really creates an issue if we say, oh, the main channel should be between healthcare professional and patients. We have to be quite creative about that relationship. Finally, the context matters. I showed you the difference between the so-called stoppers and the seekers. And what we came across in this series of studies is that country matters a lot, which is obviously an issue when we have a Europeanized system of regulation. And here you have, clearly, a map which shows that across countries and also within countries, for some of the countries, there are variations. So Denmark and the UK are overwhelmingly on the seeker side. People don't stop taking medicines as their first course of action when they hear of a safety problem. But, Italy would be more at the other end of the spectrum. And France, Germany would be very split depending on the region. And somewhat unsurprisingly, the former East, it tends to be more on the side of stopping than seeking. And what we believe is this reflects also patterns of trust, and that's the hypothesis we are now testing. What is very interesting for us is these studies were not on trust per se, but they really trust comes up in our face. What we wanted to look into as well is, because we were very intrigued by these patterns, is basically, those who say they are, they will not stop taking their drugs, but they will seek information. What are they going to do when seeking information? And then actually we had also patterns of stoppers versus what we call continuous. So in the countries where people are more likely to seek information rather than stop, they also say that while they're seeking, they want to continue taking their drugs. And in countries where people say they are more likely to stop, even those who say they would ask for information, seek information, because we still had, if you remember the number, about 30% in those countries. Those people said they're actually likely to stop while seeking. So which means that the stopper-seeker gap is bigger than what we thought at first. What was finally very interesting is that we have also differences between countries and therapeutic areas, but actually we believe the countries matter, both matter, right? But the countries matter even more. So, at the very end of the spectrum, on, who is the most compliant, HIV/AIDS patient in the UK would be the most compliant compared to, let's say, rheumatoid arthritis patients in the UK, or IPF patient in the UK, but they still score all more on the kind of more compliant, more seeker side compared to IPF patients in France or Germany, which are typically stoppers. So we have a combination of conditions and countries, but the country variations are very significant. So finally, some take-home lessons on this research and what is risk communication all about. I'd like to convey 5 main points. One is that patients do not perceive all risks equally. Going back to the perception drivers, and which can be applied to medicines, if you remember the examples about the vitamin pills versus the biotechnology, we need to consider this when we develop risk communication. We need to develop communication that are sensitive to risk perceptions. It's not just by chance and because people are irrational that they worry about the MMR vaccine. There are a number of explanations. Trust buildings and two-way communication demand skills to respond to media scares. And I hope that my short example of how the Spanish authorities handle the Gardasil case give you some insights into it. They very wisely convene a panel of perceived neutral parties, competent and seen as competent medical professions, and that really help to deal with that. So these kind of skills need to be developed, learning from what is the state of the art and the best practice in risk communication. Proactive communication is often about giving the right message at the right time. And vacuums don't work. It's not because you will remain silent that things will get better. Healthcare professionals are clearly crucial channels between the regulators and patients because patients vest their trust in healthcare professionals and healthcare professionals tend to have a high trust in the regulator. On the other hand, I didn't put slides here, the problem was, and this is why it could be challenging, when we ask follow-up questions to the healthcare professional, do you actually know what the regulator is doing? Do you actually access a lot of their information? They say no. So they trust them in principle, but they don't necessarily know what they're doing, which again, in practice, if you were to say, we have to work through the channel of healthcare professional, will need very much improved methods of conveying information between the regulator and the healthcare professionals in order to achieve some positive communications. Finally, I would like to reinforce once again that the countries matter tremendously, and we hypothesize, and this is one avenue for research for us, that trust is a critical factor, and we are developing work at the moment on this particular aspect of looking more into the trust relationships between the public and the various key actors, healthcare professional regulators. But it's also obviously therapeutically sensitive, which is probably something you are less surprised about, because typically, when I got the initial feedback from both regulators and healthcare professionals, they assume that you can't compare patients across various therapeutic areas. To some extent true, but still country variations are stronger. Therefore, sensitive communication, country sensitive and therapeutically sensitive communications matter tremendously. Thank you very much. I understand from the organizers we're not taking questions now, so I just go back to my seat, not because I wouldn't like to face questions, but because I want to stick to the format.
Thank you, Frederick, for that. It was a really great presentation. So continue with the agenda. Now we're going to start sharing the WP6 results. And for that, our first presentation will be taken by Annika Wember. We are pleased to welcome her, and she's a very special guest from the Medical Products Agency. Dr. Annika Wember is at present working as International Coordinator at the Medical Products Agency in Sweden. Among her tasks have been to coordinate the implementation of the recent EU legislation on pharmacovigilance and falsified medical products. Dr. Wember is Doctor of Medical Science from the University of Gothenburg and has a master's degree in pharmaceutical science from Uppsala University. She also has a complete university courses in general and clinical nutrition. And today she will be sharing with us her expert opinion on the findings about risk communication methods currently adopted by national competent authorities. With that, I ask you that you give your full attention to Annika Wembert and help me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you. Now I also have to find my presentation somewhere.
We have to do it ourselves.
Okay. So exit. This one. So if you do that, and that one too. Is it this one?
Is this one? No.
See?
Es que no sé cómo bajar esto.
Try that one.
I think this one is mine.
That's yours. So it's not anywhere? Oh, so maybe
It's here, no? Annika, what is?
Is
Yes?
this
that
one?
that one.
This one. Audit. This one.
Okay, so then you do the, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, and I just press here. Okay, so we solved all the technical problems, we hope, and I also like to welcome you here, and what I'm going to present today is actually the first task that the Scope Work Package 6 had, and we were very enthusiastic, and we were having lots of teleconferences about the questions that we were going to put to all the national competent authorities on their methods of communication. And I also would like to acknowledge Jane Alkvist-Rastad. She's sitting here as well. We work very close together. And also our previous communication officer, Morten Forrest, who was instrumental in getting this survey done. Okay. So the main goals, which were set out in the program of the Scope Work Package 6, is to first provide a status report on the current risk safety communication methodologies at the national competent authorities, and also to try to exchange experience on methods and impact assessment. So the main topics were for the survey were 5. First, we had some questions on the internal procedures for safety communications, organization, process, dissemination, and so on. And then we had some questions on external communication in practice. We had some on channels and target audience. And we also had a specific section on DHPCs and how those are handled in the NCAs. And then we had some final open-ended question where the NCAs could write about how they worked and if they had any good examples, if they had any areas for improvement, etc. So altogether, there were some 50 questions. And these were developed into a web-based questionnaire, which, as Dolores was saying, was open from July 2014. So it took us half a year to develop this questionnaire, in fact. And we kept it open until November 2014. And we actually got 26 national competent authorities to complete the questionnaire, which I think is an excellent result. Most of them during September 2014. So the countries in the EU and in the EES area that fulfill the questionnaire were these. So I can say that Germany and Austria and of course not Switzerland were not part of scope as such, so they were not allowed to fill in the questionnaire even if they had wanted to. So I think this is very good results. So then we got all the answers, and we need to think about how to assess the results. And we decided to follow the structure of the questionnaire as we had worked on it extensively and it had been agreed upon. And then also we decided not to group the results by communication channel for the same reason. And the results showed that often multiple channels were also used. And then we summarized the free text comments and presented the main conclusions on the good examples, success factors, and ideas for improvement. So if we now go to the first section on the national internal procedures for safety communication, we asked who was involved in preparing and dissemination and taking decisions on safety communication. And I should say that in some areas there were some NCAs, there were pharmacovigilance experts mostly involved, with some communications professional in charge in some, and in other in-house specialists. But mostly, and I would say that it should be other functions or combination of functions in the big part of the pie chart, because most of the time it was a teamwork in the agencies that different functions were working together to prepare and decide on specific safety communications. Of course, the approaches differ between the NCA, but generally systems and processes were in place. And also, we asked questions about spokespersons, and in the majority of the NCAs, there were more general spokespersons for all topics than for specific areas. We also asked questions about if the experts, pharmacovigilance experts or clinical experts, if they were in contact with the media, and if they got training to do this. And also, in quite a few cases, they are in contact with the media, and they also get training to do that. Many NCAs had standard operating procedures or guidelines for preparation of safety communications, and they included mostly planning, the structure of the content, conclusions, recommendations, guidance on language, and of course on how to communicate, the communication routes, and also on the decision-making phase, on the sign-off of the communication. As regards the communications that come from the European Medicines Agency after the PRAC meetings, many national competent authorities publish the public health communications and other safety press releases. A bit less, all the summary of the PRAC recommendations, and even a bit less the scientific meeting highlights. But there is quite a lot of use of the EMA communication by the national competent authorities. So it's worthwhile to note that these communications are useful also for the national competent authorities. But of course, as Frederic also was saying, you need to adapt to the national situation. First of all, you need to translate into your own language. And then also messages are prioritized for early communication if there is a public health implication or if there is a high-profile issue which the communication is about. And then quite often there is a consideration of sequential communication if there were several messages of different topics in the pipeline. So you take the most important first and then you continue with the other ones. And regarding the distribution channels for the EMA communications, it seems that nobody is really sending it out to the press as such. But the NCAs, they think about it before they send anything, and on a case-by-case basis, it's sent to the press and also shared with other stakeholders such as the patient organizations, the healthcare professional organizations, etc., the hospital settings and so on. And as regards the questions on the communication channels and target audience, of course, the NCAs, they use their website, and we will hear more about that in the next presentation. And the only thing to note here is that we asked questions also if they had specific section for different target groups, and in half of the NCAs that was the case, and the other half it was not. So it's something that's done on a national, in the national context. Member states have, of course, bulletins that they prepare and send out on different topics of the work that they are doing. It could be scientific guidelines, information on new medicines, etc. But they also use these bulletins to inform healthcare professionals about safety issues. And also, in some instances, articles and alerts in scientific journals are used, and of course, press releases occasionally. And the press releases, they are mostly distributed through some kind of cascade system, but also with electronic newsletters that you can actually decide yourself if you want to get, and also via the social media. On the DHPCs now, we had some 10 questions, and it was quite the common view among the NCAs that they only publish the DHPCs with agreed content. And they publish them on the website and they don't disseminate them further, most of them. As you know, today the DHPCs are it's different in different member states, but the DHPCs are distributed mainly by the relevant marketing authorization holders. And if in the case where there are several marketing authorization holders involved, the NCAs normally ask the concerned MAHs to coordinate, and the originator brand product is asked to take the lead. And if there is no agreement, or if there is no originator on the market, then the trend is to let the marketing authorization holder decide between themselves how to approach this sending of the DHPCs, and also the construction of it. When we now go to the follow-up of safety communication, which I think is something that we will discuss quite a lot here during this day and tomorrow also. It is not something that member states authorities do on a regular basis, it seems. They have different instruments which are available to do that, and I think we will hear also a little bit more about that from the next presentation. Social media activity is less used. Number of website clicks is one way, but it's very indiscriminate. And the one that you would like to see is that you have some change in the number of patient inquiries or something that you can really know if you have reached the target of your safety communications. So now we go to the main conclusions and on the experience and the good examples. The high percentage of responders and quite a lot of individual free text comments showed that there is a real interest in this area among the national competent authorities, and there is also a high ambition for improvement. There are different approaches, but the systems and processes are available in the majority of the NCAs, but follow-up is only performed on a case-by-case basis. Good ideas have been presented, and some of these have been worked into the proposals for improvement document that you have been handed out, and which we also will hear more about later on from our Italian colleagues. And one of the conclusions that goes across the board is that using multiple tools and channels and repetition of messages is valuable for strengthening the uptake of the information. Also, collaboration with opinion leaders, key specialists, as well as with patient organizations, were seen as a key to successful communication and for better understanding of the needs of different stakeholders. So this is something also which is a key issue here and which we would like to discuss more with you during this meeting. And as in some countries, the DHPC is distributed via the scientific organizations. This could be further looked into because it was seen as an advantage to see whether this could be further explored. Then we have some more on the technological front end of what is going on in the 21st century. So there were suggestions also to have the safety and alert messages directly linked to the other product information on the medicines in the electronic prescription systems. But there is only limited experience today with this, but I'm sure this is going to be something that's going to be explored in the future. Also, a bit step back from that maybe is to have the safety and alert messages directly included in the NCA's web portal on product information, which many member states actually do have, where you can actually find the information very easy on the medicine that you're looking for. And then routines for monitoring the desired effects of safety communications could improve the NCA skills in developing good communication routines, but also understanding when and how there is a need to actually strengthen and or repeat the safety message. And in addition, which is just a suggestion from our side and from the communication side, really, that it also, if you monitor, if you ask questions about how you value our information that we send, it could be a tool for raising awareness of safety communication as such in various target audiences. Thank you. Is there any question particularly now, or do we want to take those under the breakout sessions maybe? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Annika. This how it works? Now we're pleased to welcome Jess Earn, a very special guest from the MHRA. Jess is a special project officer at the UK Medicine and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, working primarily on the SCOPE project. Previously to this, Jess has worked as a pharmaceutical, clinical, and medical devices industry, and today she will be sharing with us her expert opinion on the findings about website. With that, I ask you to give you full attention to Jess and help in welcoming her to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Yvette. So I'm going to give you a short talk today on topic 4 of Work Package 6, which is focused on the web-based communication of pharmacovigilance information. Of course, the internet is an incredibly important source for information, for any information, including medicines information. And we have mention of the use of websites in pharmacovigilance documentation. For example, here, good pharmacovigilance practice modules. And here we have mentioned that information should be as accessible and understandable as it can be for the public, which is, of course, very important. And then looking at the EU Pharmacovigilance Directive, we have a bit more detail about what content, the minimum content you should have on your agency website. And this includes things like public assessment reports, summary of product characteristics, package leaflets, summaries of risk management plans, lists of medicinal products, and information on reporting adverse drug reactions. So the main points that we've covered in topic 4 have been looking at the content and structure of information on agency websites. Is it in one place? Is it across multiple pages? Trying to make the information as accessible as possible, so importantly looking at who your target audience is and making that information as accessible as possible to that target audience. And that brings in the concept of user testing, and this is where you figure out who your target audience is, find out what sort of information they're regularly trying to access, and making that as simple for them as possible. And then steps going forward. So mostly within topic 4, this is looking at mobile phone apps or social media. So the key deliverable for topic 4, which you all have a copy of, is this guidance document on web-based safety information communication. And this is made up of lots of different sources of information. The first is from, as the previous talk spoke about, a survey, a SCOPE survey. And this was answered by 25 national agencies. There were 29 questions included, and they covered most of the points there that we've discussed in the key points section. So that information is used together with a manual review. So we asked the agencies to look at other agency websites and say what worked well, was the navigation well, could you find the information you were looking for, and we've used that information as well within the guidance document. And then finally, we did a little bit of literature review and looked at some basic principles in presenting web communication. And this document tries to bring that all together, highlighting some of the good practice across the EU that we were able to see. So I'm not going to bore you with everything in the guidance document today. I'm just going to pull out a few of the areas that we talked about. And the first is looking at website content, specifically what was mentioned in the PV legislation. So as part of the survey, national agencies were asked whether they present all of this information that was mentioned in the directive on their web portal. And we had varying responses. So 16% said yes, this is all presented on our web portal. 52% said partially, some of it's presented on our web portal. And the remainder, 32%, said we don't have a web portal, but some of it is presented on our agency website. And we're just going to look at today 2 examples of the communication that all 25 member states said that they present. So the first is the Summary of Product Characteristics, SPCs, and patient leaflets. So this is an example of the homepage for the UK agency. And we can see here that there's actually a dedicated section on the homepage for patient information leaflets and SPCs. And if you click on this, you're taken to this dedicated subpage. At this point, you can search for your medicine and find those 2 important pieces of information on that medicine. Now, a different way to do that is shown here for the Irish agency. And here you first search for your medicine through the medicines database. This then brings up the information on SPCs and pills. So the information is the same, but you're just getting to it through a different route. And one of the other things that came up during discussions for topic 4 was that some users were finding it difficult to navigate through PDF versions of SPCs. It would be better if it was more structured, i.e. you have sort of a table of contents at the beginning that you can click and you can be taken to exactly the area of the document that you're interested in. And the Irish agency actually have this functionality built into their website. So, for example, I can click on these and I'll be taken to the PDF version of those documents, or I can click on the drug itself and I'm taken to a second dedicated page for that drug. And what we have, importantly, is this, I don't know if you can see that, this indexed version of the SPC. So all the links are there. I can now be taken to whichever part of the document I'm interested in. And that's something quite important, I think, to go forward. So the next bit of content that we're going to look at is information on reporting adverse drug reactions. And all 25 agencies have this on their website. And there are various different ways you can present this information. I've just brought this example up here of a video, which I think is a really nice video. And when I joined the MHRA last year, this is actually something I watched during my induction. And what this does is it's just a couple of minutes long, fully animated, and takes you through what happens when you do and what happens when you don't report an ADR, in this case to the Irish agency. So if you don't, there could be worldwide ADRs, the drug goes out of circulation. If you do, there can be investigations, update dosing, update information, the drug stays in circulation. So this was just a really nice example. Now, of course, videos, they can be quite expensive to make. We're actually looking at developing videos as part of another work package in scope, work package 4, looking at ADR collection. But just having sort of static information on your agency website can be just as effective as long as it's engaging. So this is an example from the Norwegian agency's website. And this is information for patients specifically for reporting ADRs. And we can see they have quite a nice question and answer format, which is normally quite engaging. And importantly, they have this infographic which says, what happens once you've submitted that ADR. And then as well, if we look at the Spanish site, this is specifically information for healthcare professionals in reporting ADRs. And again, we have this question and answer format, but here we have these little subsections so you can select on which information is important to you. And that is indicative of the fact that healthcare professionals probably have a bit more background knowledge. So moving on from content and starting to look at accessibility, which was the other thing mentioned in the GVP module. And one of the big things to consider is target audience. And as part of the survey, national agencies were asked, do you have different sections on your website for healthcare professionals and for patients? And 60% said that they do. And as a follow-up question, do you adapt the information differently for patients and healthcare professionals? Almost 60% do. Some of them just adapt it for ADR forms. Some of them make the website just generically across the board sort of simpler so that any user can understand, and then some don't. And I think, interestingly, one of the, a few of the free text comments from those that do adapt the information was that they make information for patients often clearer, the layout and the information itself. And I think importantly, that should still be applied to any user, whether you're a specialist or you're a non-specialist. The website should be as clear and easy to use as possible. So just looking at an example of actually grouping by target audience, this is the Malta Medicines Authority homepage. And you can see here they have a section where you can select or identify as a particular user. And if you identify as a patient, the subpage that comes up has very different information than if you identify as an industry person. So for example, if I identify as a patient, there's more information or background information on pharmacovigilance. Whereas industry, there's information on advertising and fees. And likewise, with the Icelandic homepage, you can identify as general public or as industry, and again, the information is tailored. And this is a nice way to group the information on a website. You know, if I'm a patient, I should be able to find all the information I could want in this small section. I shouldn't have to navigate around the rest of the website, so it reduces my workload. However, the agency has to make an assumption as to what a user is looking for. And I think this starts to bring in the importance of user testing, not only finding out who your audience is, but finding out what information they are regularly trying to access. And another way that the agencies from this survey actually group their data is by topic or theme, not by user type. And this makes fewer assumptions about the information your user's trying to find. But of course, it does make some inferences about the basic knowledge. So, for example, we would all know to go into the pharmacovigilance section to look at ADR information, but does everyone know that? So there are lots of considerations to make, and again, user testing is where you find out all of this information. Search functions. I think we all know how frustrating it is if a website has a bad search engine. It's terrible. So this is a very, very important part of any website. And I'm not an IT specialist, of course, but this just brings up an example from the Italian agency, and what they have within their medicines database is this sort of, it's not an autofill, but it's sort of a back-end drug dictionary. So if I just type in a couple of letters of a drug name and search for that, it will bring up all of the options, all of the options that have this string of letters in them. And that's quite a nice way to do it. And as part of the survey, agencies were asked whether they have search functions. Yes, the majority do. And some of them have their pages indexed or automatically indexed and manually indexed, so there are differences across the board. So moving on to look at medicines databases, and this is an example taken from the Spanish agency. And this is working towards this idea of a central repository. So you search within the medicines database, find your medicine of interest, and then you have your sort of standard information that most agencies have, your SPCs, your pills, your PARs. But here we also have this additional information button, and this brings up additional safety information for that particular drug. So this is a nice idea of having everything, or trying to have everything all in one place. And you might consider having your educational materials in here as well. And this is really defining what a web portal is. Looking at safety announcements, so just specifically here looking at news items on agency websites. Pretty much all agency websites have a news section, but this is an example of two agencies that have this on their actual homepage. And we can see they're quite different in detail. The Latvian site is a little more simplified, and they have this icon here which implies that this particular safety announcement is of importance and may prompt you to take action. And with the Greek site, we have a lot of information, but it's segregated into different type, which is quite easy to navigate. So moving on to look at user feedback, which is something that we've spoken about throughout the talk. As part of the survey, agencies were asked whether they have performed any survey or research on their target groups, and 70% have, which is fantastic. And the sort of methods they were using varied: questionnaires, interviews, focus groups, workshops. And the sort of questions they were asking around the website was, who uses the website? And what are your user needs? And how effective currently is the website? Is there an unmet need? And we have a practical example taken from the Norwegian agency. In 2011, they did a satisfaction survey for their website. And they used lots of various different methods to gather information. And the main finding for them was that their primary user were pharmacies and industry. Doctors weren't really using the website. And this is a user group they had previously thought to be one of their primary. So what they did based on this information is regroup and restructure that website so that you no longer grouped information by user, you grouped information by topic. And in 2012, they released this updated site and did a follow-up survey in 2015 and asked, is it better now? And they found that still industry and pharmacies were the primary users. Doctors were using the site, but they were sort of being navigated straight to the point of interest through their healthcare system. So pharmacies and industry were using it more as a working tool. They were the ones that were really navigating through the website. And what they said was that the information is great, but the navigation is actually quite difficult and your search engine could be optimized. And so that's what Norway are doing at the moment. They're looking into restructuring, updating the search engine, and importantly, introducing this concept of responsive design or responsive web design. And this is trying to make your website adaptable to whichever device you're reading it on, whether it's on a desktop or a handheld device. You need to be able to see that information equally. And sometimes for sort of handheld devices, you can either have a completely different website that loads, or you can have the same website. And if you have the same website, you need to think about being minimalistic in your design. If you have a different website that loads on your devices, perhaps it's got sort of bigger sub-page buttons that you can click on. You can swipe instead of scroll. These various different additional things that you can think about. So going forward, as part of the survey, agencies were asked whether they have any future plans over the next year or so. And 70% said they did. And the free text answers varied. Some of them were changing the structure of the website. Some were adding content, so as per the legislation, starting to think about risk management plan summaries, trying to make DHPCs easier to access. And some of them also mentioned mobile apps, and I guess more mentioned how we just mentioned, trying to have your website adapt to a smaller device. So not necessarily an app, but having a website that works on a smaller device. And social media as well was mentioned. Social media is, of course, a really important tool. You can reach a huge audience in a very short time frame. However, you hand over a certain element of control. So you can have your guidelines as to what you have to post, but you can't control what someone else posts. And the point of social media is to develop that interaction, that Web 2.0. So I think it's having guidelines in place about what to post and how to respond to posts is very important in order to maintain the trustworthiness and the reputation of the agency, for example. So that kind of brings me to the end of the talk. I think we've shown that each agency has a different way of doing things, and by no means is Scope trying to say everyone needs to do it the same way. The point is to figure out what is good, what works for you in your member state, and user testing is, of course, very important to be able to find that out. And this guidance document hopefully will be useful for either those that don't yet have this web system and for those that do and just want to see what's going on in the rest of Europe. So I just wanted to thank my Work Package 6 colleagues. It's been a pleasure working with you for the last year. I've learned a lot from you all. Thank you to the Scope management team, Louise and Mick at the back. And of course, thank you all for patiently listening. I think it's almost coffee time now, so thank you. I don't know if you have any questions now, or you want to discuss them during the breakout sessions. Or over coffee, whichever you like. Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, brilliant presentation. So now I think we can go to the coffee break. It's downstairs. So you can go to the back. See you in 30 minutes. Thank you. I need to ask for the technician first because I don't have the computer. But I will. Let me ask them. I'm gonna put the Anne-Marie presentation. and then we can go. Lo ha comentado Lole. Let me find the girl who's in charge.
Oh, the
no,
girl.
because the boys are just in charge of the video, but
Uh-huh.
not of this.
Okay.
Because this is a matter of the presidentiality.
Okay.
We could try, but I would prefer if there's the.
Oppure si può fare così. Questo per andare
¿Es lo único que hay?
No. Open. Can you open? There are some other files in the memory stick. Good morning.
Lo que puede ser modificado si es una modificación relevante se la presenta al plenario que sustituyan la que ya tiene.
Presentation proposal for
Igual.
Yes.
Hello. Hi, I think we should start to the second part of the agenda. And just firstly, just to let you know that all the presentations will be available in the SCOPE website if you want to look them. Okay, let's start with the second session. Today we're pleased to welcome Anne-Marie Kaliman and Peter Moll. Anne-Marie is a very special guest from the HPRA, and Peter Moll is from the University Medical Center of Groningen. Anna has an honors degree in pharmacy from Trinity College, Dublin, and additional postgraduate qualification in pharmacovigilance and health economics. Following experience in both the clinical and community setting, Anna joined the Irish Regulatory Authority, the HPRA, in 2007 as a quality assessor before taking up a pharmacovigilance role in the Human Products Monitoring Department in 2009. Peter is assistant professor at the University Medical Center, Groningen. His research interest is in regulatory decision-making and knowledge transfer with a specific interest in risk communication and medication safety. Current research projects include WebRadar, SCOPE, Core 2 on improving risk communication in hospital settings, benefit risk knowledge and communication in sub-Saharan Africa, and usefulness of registries for regulatory purpose. Peter is also a principal assessor at the Dutch Medicine Evaluation Board and a member of EMA Scientific Advice Working Party. He's chair of EMA Cross Committee Task Force. And today they will be sharing with us their expert opinion on the findings about stakeholders' attitudes, needs, and preferences in relation to risk communication strategies in place. With that, I ask you to give your full attention to Anne-Marie first, and then Peter, and help me introducing them to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Yvette, for the kind introduction. And by way of introduction to the Healthcare Professional Survey, I might start off with a quote from the Irish playwright George Bernard Shaw. And he said, "The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place." And I suppose that very simply sums up some of the challenges and the complexities around risk communication and underpins much of the work that we did in this part of the project. So we know that communication is a critical aspect of pharmacovigilance and risk minimization, and is essential in achieving its objectives in terms of promoting safe use of medicines and preventing harm. And a lot of work has been done to develop the current tools that we use for communicating safety information. These are mainly DHPCs, which are, in case any of you are unfamiliar with these are letters which are sent directly to healthcare professionals with safety information by the company once the text has been agreed with the regulatory authority. Educational materials then are used for some products where there's a particular risk that needs to be highlighted, and there are specific actions to mitigate the risk. And finally then, as we saw in Annika's presentation earlier on, a lot of regulatory authorities have their own national communications in the form of bulletins and newsletters. So they are the three tools that are mainly in use at the moment. In terms of analysing the impact then of a risk communication, I often think it would be very useful to try to visualise this in some way. And perhaps if we use the analogy of throwing a ball, we'll say. I won't use kicking a ball because we might just have too much football going on at the moment. So if we talk about throwing a ball, if you throw the ball too softly, it's going to be too hard for the catcher to catch it. Too hard, and it might bounce back off them. And if they're not looking in the right direction, then it's best to wait and throw the ball at some other time. So I suppose what I'm saying really is that a key part of risk communication is figuring out the preferences of the catcher. And that indeed is what we tried to do in the healthcare professional survey. We tried to figure out if healthcare professionals are receiving our safety communications, what do they think of them? Are they following the recommendations that are outlined within the communications? What influences their behaviour? And essentially, what are their preferences in terms of how we deliver a safety message to them? Oh dear, sorry, I've messed this up. There we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. Sorry. So previous studies had done a little bit of work on this topic before, but they had mainly focused on GHPCs and indeed had questioned whether they were actually effective in communicating a safety message. But following on from the legislation changes and technology advances, we wanted to look at this again and also to examine attitudes to the other safety communication tools I mentioned, so DHPC, educational materials and national bulletins as well. And we also wanted to do it as a collaborative effort across a range of countries. And within the survey, we embedded screenshots of the communications that we were talking about. So you'll just see here on the screen are 2 examples of the Irish National Bulletin. And we just wanted to be sure that healthcare professionals knew the communications they were being asked about. We acknowledged that it possibly introduced some biases, but we just wanted to be sure that we were all talking about the same materials. And we had a section then on general preferences as well in terms of how healthcare professionals like to receive safety communications. GPs, specialists and pharmacists tend to be the usual target audience for safety communications in most countries, and so the survey was sent to these 3 groups. We chose cardiologists as the specialist group because they had a number of recent safety issues had concerned cardiovascular issues, but at the same time they applied to commonly used medicines. So we felt that cardiologists were a good group in terms of that they would have received or might be aware of the communications that we were going to ask about. We aim to keep the content as similar as possible across all of the countries. There were 9 countries in total, so we did try to keep it as similar as possible, but we did have to make adaptations, taking into account different structural differences in terms of healthcare system setup. But so we are conscious as well that those kind of heterogeneities did limit the degree to which cross-country comparisons could be made. But all in all, the content was broadly similar. We also included questions about 4 specific safety reviews, relatively recent ones. They were all about within the previous 12 to 18 months. So 2 of these concerned commonly used medicines, combined hormonal contraceptives and the anti-inflammatory diclofenac. Then the 3rd one there, valproate, that's a medicine that's used in epilepsy, and there was extensive communications about an issue where there were new warnings introduced on the use of valproate during pregnancy. And then finally, ivabradine was more a niche product, which we felt that the specialists would be aware of. Recruitment then in the 9 member states, to be honest, was exceptionally hard work. All of us within the group went back to our member states and liaised with healthcare professional bodies, learned societies, kind of anybody who would talk to us really in terms of how we might get the survey out to as many people as possible and optimise our responses. And indeed, some countries actually liaised with commercial organisations who charge a fee for the provision of mailing lists. So we really examined all options. And in the end, there were a range of approaches taken. The survey was sent out via email. There was a link, an electronic link. So some of the NCAs sent it out directly when they had mailing lists. Some of them sent them via third parties. We were quite lucky in Ireland. We had great collaboration from our GP and pharmacist bodies. And indeed, we've got a representative here from our Pharmaceutical Society of Ireland who were incredibly helpful in helping us to disseminate the survey. Then other NCAs put the survey on their website or into newsletters, and we ourselves actually just flagged the existence of the survey in our newsletter and encouraged people to fill it in. And then I think, I'm not sure if you can see those figures there, they're quite small, but that's just the distribution of the responses across the different countries. So we were pretty happy. I mean, the total number was 3,625, which all things considered, and despite our best efforts, we ended up sending out the survey just this time last year, which we were conscious was holiday time, and we had tried to avoid it, but in the end, that was how it worked out. So the responses were decent from most countries. I think the Spanish healthcare professionals win the prize. And it's interesting, actually, one of the approaches used by the Spanish agency was that they attended a healthcare professional conference and used that as a forum to get some responses. So that was interesting and really successful. And I'll leave it there for Peter Moll to introduce the results.
Sorry, having to look up the slides first. This one? Perfect. So, thank you to the organizers to be here. To take on your analogy of the ball kicking, I think I'm the midfielder, sometimes going backwards to try and get the ball and then get it in the front. I don't score because, well, I'm Dutch. And I leave that to you. So there's a lot of information, actually. It was really a great collaboration. I'm sort of the hired hand in this case. I'm a bit a regulator and a bit of an academic. And as an academic, I was asked to try and help moderate getting this survey done and start analyzing. And the nice thing of the analyzing, so I start actually with the end, the midfielder in the front field now, and talking and trying to combine the information from the national survey on what are we doing as regulators, from the web-based portals, what can we learn, and does this affect in the end how the healthcare professionals perceive this information. Anne-Marie already obviously told which kind of communication tools there are, and this is what the regulators use. And so we want to know more also what the healthcare profession really think of that, and in a wider setting than just what we previously have done in the Netherlands. Because you're talking about DHPCs, and I was talking at home when I prepared this presentation, should I explain DHPCs? Well, I said probably not in this group, but the term, and the Americans do it just a little bit different. They have DHCPs instead of the DHPCs, and this is obviously not a term that everybody understands, but that is the letter that comes into your door, either electronically or paper-based, and telling you about a new safety concern. And I have the examples here, and these were the ones that we put in the survey, so Anne-Marie obviously showed it too, but you see a sort of similarity also in the make-up of these kind of tools, because this is already highly structured and highly indicated also by guidance how you should form it. There should be a clear summary also somewhere appearing in the document, and you see that in the more black font. Then the national communications, they are a bit different. You have here an example from Norway, which is in the point of care alert, and I'm sure Ingvild Knudsen will later tell you a little bit more on what that is, but it's at the point when you prescribe the drug, it could come up as a pop-up on your screen. In a couple of countries, These national communications are in Netherlands and Spain are on individual drugs, giving you information about that product. And in Croatia, I understand that it's more on the website kind of information. And all the others that I didn't touch on are the ones that have sort of like monthly or regular updates of safety issues that have occurred. For instance, drug safety update letter from the MHRA. Well, educational materials, again, I won't go too much in it, but these are the ones of the same topic that we send around, and something that really is for the interaction between the healthcare professional and the patient. And we understand also from Frederick Bouder before the break how important it is, the role of the healthcare professional. So I will come back a little bit to that. So this is the aim of the study, the attitudes and knowledge and preferences of the European healthcare professionals. And these are the countries visually where we did that. So the content of the survey was in a couple of issues. We had the 3 sections on the DHPC, the NCA communication, so from the national authorities, the educational materials, and then we talked about the awareness of the specific safety issues. I won't go into those, unfortunately, time is limited probably, so it's good to but there are some interesting results as well, and I recommend you to read the report if you like, because somewhere in the 119 pages, this is put away. Then I will come to that a little bit more on the general preferences, because I want to try and bind a little bit of the information, just give you a flavor of what we found actually. And then there's obviously a section on the demographics to try and see if we can make some sort of sense of how this information comes about, and if there are, what are the national differences, but also that ones of the healthcare professionals, if we can target it a little bit more. Customized per country, so we started out with an English survey, or sort of English, European English kind of survey, I think, and then had it translated and back translated, and there were closed and open-ended questions in this survey, 35 questions in total, but with some subcategories, so it was really quite a bit of a task. Some countries left out a couple of the questions, and then you will also see in the results that are presented, sometimes some countries are not presented. Target population, I won't dwell on that, but pharmacists were not recruited in every country, and we had a group of, because it was an online survey, obviously other people could respond as well, so we have quite a reasonable group of other healthcare professionals responded, but we had to exclude 60 respondents because they were really not in clinical practice, so they were not really sort of the target for this kind of communications. And I think you have explained a lot about the survey distribution. And I wanted to highlight one thing. You obviously think if you have a paid kind of distribution, so you have IMS Health, for instance, and they have lists of healthcare professionals, but also then the response rates are not better than, for instance, when we just put it on websites or so. So it seems to be the ideal way of going forward, but it is not per se the solution always to get high response rates. I think the question should really appeal also to the people that are surveyed. So then the statistics, it's mostly descriptive. And we tested for differences between countries and professions. We did chi-square tests and Kruskal-Wallis where appropriate, but you must see that we obviously did a lot of tests, so we also used a strict p-value. In the end, it was mostly met because although the survey numbers, as in the next slide, might still be modest for some countries, and especially you have to be careful, like for Denmark we had 68 respondents. The numbers in total were quite large and allowed small changes already to become significant. So we have to really think of what does that mean for us. Distribution of the people, and I think what is important is to see that especially across age groups and accreditation, there's quite a good spread. That is, I think, an important find. So then I come to a couple of the results which I wanted to share with you, and I think this is one of the interesting ones, and here it obviously starts with, what does this mean? I have 90% of healthcare professionals indicating that that they are familiar with the HPCs, that have not only are familiar with it, but also have read it at times. If you look a bit deeper, healthcare professionals indicate that they obviously read it more if it's interest to their daily practice. So that is something that reduces a little bit like, okay, when they read it, but once it's of importance, they indicated to have read it. The National Competent Authority communications, 87%, and the educational materials were obviously less known by healthcare professionals, and might obviously has to do with that not all that it's less frequently used, I would presume. For the national competent authorities communication, you see that some countries have a better reach than others. For instance, my own country is scoring here quite a bit lower. Format is another aspect, and that is a thing that is a bit of a contentious slide, I must say. We've done previously surveys, and everything is moving towards the electronic way. We have heard that also this morning technological solutions are being sought over the paper-based kind of old-fashioned communication. Still, a couple of countries with a very high, and we asked also how many of the doctors prescribe or electronically, or pharmacists dispense and use electronic dispensing systems, and especially the countries with a very high degree of electronic prescribing or dispensing systems in place have some sort of, still preference for hard copy. And whether that is a real find, because the numbers, especially for the Netherlands, where we had previously found that this was very acceptable to get things per email, there are relatively large groups of respondents stating that they would prefer hard copy. And the reasons that they gave for that is that they said, well, this is something that is easy to it stands out more. It's also more easy to file than something that is electronic, which is a bit strange because the same arguments were given by people for electronic mail. So that's something which is always a problem with open-ended answers, and we got many of them, how to interpret that with the data. But still, what is clear to us all, I guess, is that emails as a way of communicating, if you look at your own email box, you see that it's often overflooded, and that's the same. So you must make something that is making to stand your information out more. Then we asked, obviously, because one time off, and we know that from other kind of interventions in implementing evidence-based medicine, trying to get guidelines in place, that a one-off communication usually doesn't do the thing. And here you saw that the blue is that everyone who is in agreement that repetition after a certain period of time is acceptable, and there was quite a large agreement to that. But you must be obviously aware that you should be careful, not overload, and I think also there is something that is an important message. And if we then asked how often or when do you want to have this information presented to you, healthcare professionals said, well, we would like to have an immediate information provision on the safety issue in about 50%. So that's tying into what Frederick said, that patients want it immediately, doctors are less into that. But we saw that quite a 25% said it could be weekly, or 25% it could be at a sort of a monthly interval, summing up all these safety information. And that ties a little bit in that probably an immediate notification of a safety concern could be there, and a sort of summary after a month seems to be like a fair kind of recommendation that we could make from this kind of finds. Then we try to also identify, as trust is obviously something important in communication, and I think that was highlighted very well and very strong this morning as well, is that we try to find out what does affect the healthcare professional in reading or taking action, at least self-expressed action, on a safety warning. And what came out was every time, okay, for taking action, it was the severity of the issue, but as strong, it was also the sender of the safety message. And the same for the reading of the information. So I think that's an important aspect of the message, that we really think of who is going to send that. And then looking for the senders that were most positively evaluated, it's the national competent authorities. Professional bodies are very important. And a bit to my surprise, EMA came out also very popular. Most negatively is and I will later tell you why EMA is a little bit less on my radar, is the lay press and pharmaceutical companies. And well, the mainstay of the information currently is still the pharmaceutical companies. So here there's an important message. So then obviously we explored what kind of alternative channels are appealing to the healthcare professionals. And on the y-axis you have from very positive to very negative, and on the x, and you probably cannot very well read it, but emails are, well, maybe they are not even an alternative channel anymore, but they are quite common now. Everybody is very positive. And there is the dot is not a bad print or something like that, but it's really with the confidence interval, because there were so many responses, the confidence intervals around it are very small. Point of care alerts were also very well perceived in person, and I'm not completely sure anymore, Anne-Marie, why we asked that, because I don't think it's feasible. Maybe for some of the very extreme kind of small populations drugs that we have, that you could really target or reach out to the very few prescribers that you have maybe in your country to say, okay, well, this is going to happen, but they might also really already be informed themselves. So it's questionable what does it mean. And I think what is also important is that websites still came out as a sort of important alternative channel. Much more on a negative side were kind of the social media, although we have, well, seen some presentation now and from the web group that would be a real role of looking at social media as a source of a way of communicating. So I think it's a good point to discuss that. An app, and come back a little bit to that later, is something that is somewhere, not really known or seen by healthcare professionals. So as a good means of communicating. It has also to do probably with not knowledge on that, but it fits very well with what we found earlier, that healthcare professionals seem to be much more on the conservative side, at least in our responding groups. If we do then look per country, it's nice to split these kind of things a little bit out, and it's probably difficult to read, but you see some variations from most positive to most negative. And what you see is that the Spanish respondents, and they were a large group in our survey, were very positive in most aspects. So they liked emails, they liked point of care, they relatively liked mobile apps, and they were even neutral on social media. So I'm not sure, but it seems is something happening there. What we also see is that a couple of countries appear always a little bit on the backside. So they have Netherlands, Sweden, less interest of the emails, could be again with the fact of the overwhelming kind of information that they do get, but also for the point of care alerts, Netherlands scores, well, still positive, but a little bit less. And that might have to do with their experience, because many of the systems already are in place. They don't get this kind of information, but they do get information like on drug-drug interactions or something like that. And they might already have some effects with that. For other kind of information, you see there are national differences, and the groups then start to change where they are. So we tried to really see where do we then have to tie in, if we get this kind of information, with the question on how do healthcare professionals keep up to date with knowledge currently. Because that's obviously the way that you could say if they keep up to date through their medicines reference books, and now you have to read the graph the other way around, because what they do use daily, weekly, monthly, or less, or never, is so on the y-axis and on the right-hand side we have then ordered from what they on the x-axis what they have valued. So the medicines reference book is something that is at least weekly used. Interestingly, also the SPC, or probably the patient information leaflet, is something that also is quite often consulted by healthcare professionals in our responders group. And they are the places where we could get the information maybe into. National clinical guidelines are also something that will, talking if the healthcare professional is, as Frederick says, the important intermediate with the patient, obviously, that you could try and get into that kind of guidelines and get your message also to these guideline developers. Obviously, that takes time, and it's not always a solution for the immediate concerns there are. I thought to highlight this as well, because the National Competent Authority website was mentioned as a reasonable way of communicating, and I think we have folks on the website. There's a lot of attention also to it by the various agencies. But here again, you see that there is something to do in a couple of countries really to try and get your information better seen. Because you can have a good website, but if your respondents are not coming there, that's still something that it has to do. So instead of now discussing much more like what does this all mean, and then you can find that back a little bit in the report itself, and as said, we are going to try and tie in the different characteristics of the respondents plus that of the different countries, what their activities are on the website and on the other communication aspects. I wanted to go into the recommendations because that's what we want to talk with you today and share with you if we are finding the right, not best practices, but good practices or at least recommendations from our work from the past couple of years. And that is one, clear, stands out, the use of a trusted sender. That is something, well, not controversial, I guess, but not that easy to organize. So that is something where we really have to think of. And NCA is obviously referred to by our respondents, but I think the professional bodies, the healthcare professionals themselves, once they are the owner of the information as well, probably that would give you a strong message. And I understand that, for instance, in Spain, there's also a sort of tired way of communicating, and that is something where you really can put your effort into in the next couple of years. A good challenge, I think, for the regulatory system. Educational materials, the awareness is not that high. Is this now a problem? Well, we got some very interesting answers, and sometimes open-ended answers were really interesting. We got 1,500 of them per individual open-ended question, so that is amazing amounts of information. And we tried to group them. They were in different languages, obviously, so everybody had to share the task. But for the educational materials, one of the interesting aspects there is it can be used in the interaction between the healthcare professional and the patient. But, and that is very important, was a comment that was made, and it has again to do with this trust in the sender, is they look very promotional. Some people like it because they are very clear, but the glossy aspect and the print of Pfizer on it is obviously something that then suddenly becomes less attractive and is perceived by healthcare professionals as not a good thing. The format of the distribution, I think, difficult topic. What is the right format? I think we need to take different approaches. You should try and see what the national preferences are. But I think you have to be, in the end, also a sort of pragmatic approach. And that's something which I think, again, is a good point for discussion this afternoon. What are you doing? Because if you can, as Norway, really have a strong say in the electronic data set that you have for the electronic prescribing systems, that is used nationally, and I hope I don't say anything wrong, Ingvild, but if you are very strongly involved in that, that's obviously a good way of communicating. If you're having less strong, or there are more vendors of this kind of information on data sources, it's obviously a much bigger challenge to get that done. So that's what I meant also with format of distribution. Repetition. Helpful, but again, don't overdo it and look at those things where there are problems. The summary, this sum up at regular intervals, seems to be something that is well received, and it might be a way of exploring that in countries where this is not done. Something that I haven't discussed actually, but it comes a little bit with obviously the one of information provision is not really sufficient, is that lots of the respondents said, where can I find these information back? Because if I want to know it, it would be good to have a sort of central repository that we have there. And I think from Jane and Annika's presentation, we know that many countries already have something like this, but it would be good to have it sort of relatively prominent place. Then, yes, this is something that came also out, and I didn't discuss it, but a clear and focused message. I started out with the layout that is much clearer now from the DHPCs and which is sort of organized. I think Priya had a large role also on that. I see her further back in the room. That if you really highlight what is the problem about and what is the action that has to be taken, that is very clear. This should always be there on your mind. Probably it is, but it's good always to have that there. And that's what makes it easier to do something for the healthcare profession. Was mentioned quite often. So, yeah, finalizing. We have a large multinational study. Took a lot of effort to get information from 9 countries. There are 3,600 healthcare professionals. That's many. But if you look indeed at the national representation, it's sometimes very small percentages of the total healthcare professionals. So always, yeah, that remains a caveat of this kind of study. Then, yes, something is the social desirable answers and the representativeness of the healthcare professionals. We've had a long discussion on that, because there is a lot of familiarity. And I do think that is not so surprising. It is people who respond, so they think safety warnings are something that are of interest. But I think also with a couple of years of PRAC in place now, you really have made the communication much stricter. So I do think that it's both something that is on one hand a true find, and our respondents really were from these open-ended answers, you get a lot of info, or if they are not just saying something or that they really mean it. And we really have the impression that the answer of our survey really thinks that what they say is the case. So they think that the communications are useful. They at least indicate that they often take action. And obviously, that is the next step in your analysis of your information. This is obviously the first step of what do we do and how is it perceived and what is the impact of that. But the next step is obviously that we have to look at actual behavior, so the prescribing levels and hopefully also at the outcomes where possible. So that's obviously something that has to follow on. But I think that's something that, well, there is pros and cons, and we discussed this also a little bit more in the report. So I think then in the report there are proposals for improvement that we have moved on, and in the afternoon in the session we will talk much more about that. So I think this is what I wanted to tell you. It's just a few bits and tits of the whole project that we have done. It has been real fun work. It has been exciting because we were counting the responses and were they sufficient, and do we have to reach out a little bit more? And in the end we have been bending our heads on what does this now mean, and are there these big country differences or are they not so big, and where are we? So I think that will not end today, but we'll, well, hope get some extra impetus from you, and we will be analyzing the data for the next half year or so, I think, with this active group. Thank you very much for your attention. You're the boss. So if there are questions, yes, in the back.
Hello. You hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
You hear me now? Thank you very much. That was obviously so much work has gone into the analysis of this, these surveys. Is there a plan to publish the surveys in a journal so that it reaches a wide audience?
Yes, that's definitely the idea. We have at the moment we have made 3 types of analyses that we plan to do. One is on the what I didn't discuss at all today is the 4 different safety issues that we discussed. We want to make a sort of paper on that. We want to make a paper looking more at determinants why people take action or have intended action, and we want to do a more descriptive kind of paper. And these are the three main papers, and I'm currently also trying to think of if it's a good idea to go, for instance, to drug safety and say, well, we have a series of articles which would be coming out from this finding. So that's yes, a definite yes. Maybe it's nice if you indicate yourself. That was Mick Foy of MHRA.
Hello, do you hear me? Yeah, Stefan Jansson from Sweden. Two questions. Healthcare professionals up to date. You mentioned, was it a medicine book, paper medicine book you mentioned on the survey?
The reference books. We left it open. We said we have split out the whole survey sometimes on questions on whether the channel was electronic or more paper-based. In this case, we left it open, so we also indicated that it would be a reference book, because the reference book in the Netherlands, for instance, where I'm from, was a paper-based thing. Many doctors still have it on the desk, the old one, but it stopped, I think, in 2011 with having a paper-based version, and it's now digital. It's on my phone, you know. So that's the way things now go. So we didn't specify that further.
Okay, next question. The statistical significance 0.001. Why did you choose that level?
Okay, because we did so many comparisons. If you would, most of the comparisons were anyway significant, and you saw some of the slides, the confidence intervals were printed around all the dots, and you saw they were very narrow. So that's why it's otherwise, yeah, very spurious what you would get of results.
Hello, I'm Gudrun from Iceland, member of PRAC. In Iceland, we did a survey trying to measure the efficacy of some local actions we have done to try to improve efficacy of risk minimization, mostly the material. And we sent the Survey Monkey to through the Medical Association and to 1,500 addresses, and we got 200 replies.
200.
So isn't it commonly believed to be very challenging to measure efficacy by relying on physicians' responses?
Yeah. It's a major challenge. Doing surveys, I'm also in the ISPE, the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology, in a special interest group around benefit risk assessment and communication. And there are lots of industry people, and they are trying to do also the surveys. They say we have poor responses. We had last year a couple of presentations on surveys performed both by academics and industry, and they had response rates of, if they could calculate, around 1 to 5%, and that's really where we are going, so that's really bad. What you see works is if you go to a specific topic, very clear to, very close to the heart of the healthcare professional or the ones that you are surveying, and then you get better responses. But for this kind of general things, we are far away. As regulators, we are quite far from the common work of most healthcare professionals. So I think this is where we have to deal with, and that's where I think open-ended answers can give you clues. Focus groups might help you, but be careful. You have to sort of triage your information. In the back, there's someone.
Hi, I'm Joan Jordan from UPATI. I'm just wondering if maybe in different countries like the States, if similar studies have been done, because I'm just thinking about, you know, the way that you can advertise a drug on television in the States and how the risks are communicated to patients through that. I just wonder if there are similar studies in other countries in the world on risk communications.
To my best knowledge, there aren't that kind of sort of wide surveys done on how the regulators perform. Frederick has done some work with Ragnar, I guess, and the lady, I always have the problem, Chakraborty, on how the population perceive this kind of risk communication. That's, I think, Frederick can tell it much better than I did, but where patients are immediately concerned if you talk about a safety issue, what does this then mean for me? Among healthcare professionals, I'm not sure that they did it. Obviously, Europe has a different system than the US. You have one regulator, here you have multiple regulators, so it's something for us much more interesting to find out. And this is sort of breaking new ground. It's very simple, basic information that we are asking for, but it's something that is relatively new. It has been done, this kind of surveys, more on evidence, on guideline implementation and what are barriers and so on to that.
I'd be just interested in your opinion on, like, for example, how the risks are communicated on television in the States. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the interesting bit there is there are some marketing research, especially who have looked at that, and a marketing professor in Groningen has done also that, and they found that it actually can be quite negative for companies. They do think that they sell their product more with it, but because at the end you get always, if you're in this endless sum up of what are the risks of the drugs, and so it doesn't always work out well. Obviously, companies still believe in it, so I think it must make a sort of profit. But all this information is not always common or open knowledge, I must say, public knowledge.
I think it's a bit overwhelming to see all that information so quickly. It's too fast, and I think it does scare patients a bit, you know. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Just if I may jump in on that, I mean, my opinion is that it's terrible, basically. You know, you have this off voice listing very automatically, you know, all the side effects, which is very legalistic, and basically it's about liability. Yeah, and it's about, you know, liability, and it's not really about communication of benefits and risk. It's just about, you know, basically making sure you disclose so that you can't be sued. So it's terrible.
I agree to that personally, so I would. So I think I'm going to give the floor back to you, Anne.
Okay, so now on to the second part of this part of the project. As key stakeholders in risk communication, we also wanted to get an insight into the attitudes and preferences of patients and consumers, who were also, if you like, players on the pitch. So we were very lucky to have had the support of UPATI, Eurogis and BIOC, who had expressed an interest in contributing to the SCOPE project, and this is kind of how this part of the project came about. We identified a number of topics of interest that had kind of come out of a little bit from the healthcare professional survey, but also just topics from previous research. And within the group, we outlined these on a document that we termed an aid memoir. And what we wanted was that this aid memoir would the patient organisations would receive this document, they would convene a meeting, and amongst their members, they would discuss some of these topics and provide us with their thoughts and the nature of their discussions. And I suppose it kind of followed on from what we had seen in the healthcare professional survey with regard to the open-ended questions. We had seen the richness of the data that had come out of those. So we decided that this was going to be more, while we did have it in an electronic format, it was going to be more than a box-ticking exercise. And we hoped that it would also be of use within the patient and consumer organisations in terms of how they discuss the issues. So a link to this electronic version of the document was disseminated via UPATI, BIOC and Eurogis. Just in case people aren't familiar with BIOC, it's a European consumer organisation. And we provided a 6-week response time. And we were essentially asking that the recipients would take the document to their patient organisation and just have a discussion on the topics. We included topics that were broadly similar to those looked at in the healthcare professional survey. So again, we wanted to examine the issue of trust in medicines information. Who were the trusted sources for patients and consumers, and what were their preferred channels for receiving the information? We asked a few questions as well about the awareness of the regulatory authority and how it functioned in terms of ADR reporting, direct ADR reporting by patients, and familiarity with the black triangle symbol as well. We also asked a few questions as well regarding their preference for learning about specific safety review in terms of the timing. And I think then we went on to educational materials to ask, were they familiar with the concept? Did they realise that national competent authorities were involved in their approval? What did they think of the format? And we're conscious that educational materials aren't produced for every product, so we did provide examples of educational materials with the document for them to comment on those if they weren't familiar already with educational materials. So 11 organisations responded back to us. They were 5 consumer organisations and 6 patient organisations. And they represented 7 countries and included both some larger and smaller organisations. One reported to have 9,000 members, whereas another reported to have 60. And the patient organisations as well also represented a range of different conditions. There was a psoriasis group, haemophilia, and a vasculitis patient organisation as well. Now, we do acknowledge that we don't have an indication as to the numbers of people who were involved in the discussions that provided responses back to us. And also as well, we acknowledge that the patients and consumers who are involved in these organisations are maybe a slightly different type of patient in that they're quite engaged. So we were mindful of this. So the feedback we received then in terms of the trusted source of medicines, and I really enjoyed Frederick's presentation earlier on, and it was good to see that a lot of what was presented in that actually ties in with our findings. And also it was interesting to see that the responses from the patient organisations and the consumer organisations were broadly similar as well. So the respondents indicated that overwhelmingly healthcare professionals are who they trust for their medicines information. Doctors, followed then by pharmacists and other healthcare professionals, were mentioned by everybody. Then patient organisations were mentioned as a reliable source along with fellow patients, although they did acknowledge that in terms of getting information from patient organisations, it depends on the disease type and the country. So then I suppose it's not surprising really that when it came to what channels they prefer to access safety information, they all expressed a preference for face-to-face discussion with their healthcare professional. And there was but everybody did comment, however, that ideally a range of communication channels should be available in terms of communicating safety information. Some groups commented as well that they use package leaflets, they use hard copy versions and online versions. And just as an aside, a few groups mentioned research that they had conducted on package leaflets in terms of patients who read them, and the figures ranged from 30% to 80%. Now, we didn't specifically ask questions about package leaflets, but it was useful information to get. There are other groups at the Commission looking at kind of preferences in relation to package leaflets, and we hope to pass on this information to them. So we asked as well then if the patient organisations felt that patients and consumers had a good awareness of how they would report an ADR directly. Did they know that this was something they could do? Did they know how to do it? And they all felt that familiarity with this was quite poor. And the same went for the additional monitoring symbol, the black triangle. They felt that patients didn't understand this and just may not recognise it on the package leaflet as being anything out of the ordinary. Awareness of the National Competent Authority and its functions was also deemed to be low, but the respondents all expressed an interest in collaborating with competent authorities and trying within their organisations to raise awareness. As I mentioned as well, we were interested in their views on how we communicate about specific safety issues. And we wondered if patients and consumers might prefer if we communicated at the end of a drug safety review, when you would have a conclusion and perhaps definitive recommendations and know if a safety issue was valid or not. And exactly in line with Frederick's research, the preference was that the information would be communicated at the start of the review. And some of the comments we received were actually quite strong on this, that they felt it was essential for transparency reasons. And that it also, you know, this transparency would help to enhance trust. The other thing that patients wanted as well, when it came to specific safety reviews, they acknowledged that ideally you want this information targeted, so that while you would like a communication done at the beginning of the review, really the people who need to know this, they are the ones who should be targeted rather than everybody. So then, in terms of educational materials, the feedback was pretty similar to what we saw with the healthcare professionals, that in general, the organisations didn't feel that patients were familiar with the concept. They didn't realise that NCAs were involved. They, you know, when they saw the promotional branding and logos on the material, they felt that this might have affected their trust in the recommendations. Interestingly, though, they did think that the examples that we had provided to them were very useful, and a lot of them commented that they felt these would be really helpful in initiating or facilitating discussion between the patient and their healthcare professional. And of the respondents who were familiar, they commented quite strongly as well that educational materials shouldn't be a repetition of the package leaflet, that the package leaflet was already far too long, and that it was really important that if we were trying to highlight particular safety information in educational materials, they needed to be very clear, very concise and succinct. So all in all, the responses, while limited in number, they provided very useful descriptive information. And I should say too, actually, that we received the responses from 11 organisations, but some of the organisations, particularly two consumer organisations, they supported their answers with research that they had done previously, surveys that they had conducted, and some of those surveys, 4,000 people had responded to one and 2,000 people had responded to another. So we still consider the information we've received from this very useful. So we've gone about trying to make some conclusions and apply those to the other topics we've been looking at in this work package. So I think the clearest message from the respondents was that healthcare professionals are their most trusted source of information about medicines, and thus face-to-face discussion is the ideal channel for receiving this information. So applying this to educational materials, we felt it might be helpful to consider, when designing educational materials, perhaps refocusing them not only to just, you know, highlight specific recommendations to patients, but also to see if it could be a type of document that could prompt discussion with their healthcare professional. And that's actually something we're due to talk about in the breakout session this afternoon on educational materials number 4, I think it is. Considering then the poor awareness of educational materials, one of the measures to improve this might be publication of educational materials on regulatory authority websites. We felt this would enhance transparency and might also help patients realise that we are involved in the content of educational materials, and just help with the trust that they would place in the materials. And also from a practical point of view, it ensures as well that patients can access the most up-to-date version of the materials. Targeting of safety information then to those for whom it was most relevant was another preference that came through in the responses. And this is perhaps one of many advantages that could be gained from developing and strengthening links that exist with patient and consumer organisations, the UPATI national forums. There's benefits both ways there. In terms of helping us to enhance awareness of the NCA, of direct ADR reporting, the black triangle symbol. We really felt there's a lot of potential for collaboration with these organisations. And then finally, we concluded that transparency is very, very important to patients and consumers, and this preference for real-time information, I suppose, then brings us on to the future for us to explore how to best utilise digital media to ensure sustainable communication for safety messages, which most of the time are going to evolve over time. And that's it. If you've any questions, I'm happy to take them now, or like I said, there'll be opportunity as well for further discussion in the breakout session later on.
Now we're going to go to my experience with risk communication section. And for that, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Roar Dirkon, a very special guest from St. Olave's Hospital in Norway. He has worked about 30 years as a GP, and since 2005, he has worked at the Department for Clinical Pharmacology. He has been practicing a hospital outreach to GP since 2006, and since 2012, tried to introduce academic detailing in Norway. And today he will be sharing with us, as I said before, his expert opinion on risk communication. With that, I ask you to give your full attention to Roar and help me introducing him to the stage.
Thank you, Yvette, for this kind presentation. And I thank the organizing committee for inviting me to speak about academic detailing, if I can get my presentation up. There it is. Academic detailing is widely used in Australia and in the US and in Canada, even in Brazil and India. In my department, we work closely with RELIS, which is the Regional Medicine Information Service and Pharmacovigilance Service. And so we have been working together on this project about academic detailing. The challenge today is that GPs are drowning in therapeutic guidelines and other medical information they get. In Norway, the National Health Library contains about 4,000 to 5,000 pages of clinical guidelines. And as you see, there are many other actors that want to influence on our medical practice. So, and of course, we get the DHCP letters too. And I think it's impossible for GPs to be updated on all this to all times. So since 2006, we have been giving different types of pharmacological education and training to GPs, and academic detailing started as a pilot project in 2015. Academic detailing is a one-to-one interactive communication with a practicing doctor which lasts about 20 minutes during office hours, discussing a therapeutic guideline or, for example, a better use of NSAIDs. We think it's a very well-suited method for personalized support for good clinical decision-making. It was Avon and Sumarai who started this with an article in New England Journal of Medicine in 1983. And their idea was no rocket science. They they said, think if we could use the communication and marketing skills of the pharmaceutical industry to present independent and evidence-based knowledge to practicing doctors in their own practices. So our idea is that if you want to implement a therapeutic guideline, it's not enough to put it on the internet. You have to get as close as possible to the ones who are going to use it, and you have to assess the needs of the users, and in this case, that's the GPs. So then we make a focus group and involve medical specialists in the field, and we try to distill this therapeutic guideline to absolute minimum, about 4 pages. We make a brochure, not unlike what the pharmaceutical industry does. And then we train clinical facilitators, that's medical doctors and pharmacists, to present the exact same message to the GPs. And we have key messages in the front page, and we try to explain the key messages in the other pages. Then we reach out and get appointments with the GPs, 20 minutes during office hours, and we send them a quest back afterwards to hear what they think about the visit. And we try also to evaluate the impact on their practice afterwards. We learned this in Australia at the National Prescribing Service. They have done it since 1999. More than 70% of the GPs in Australia have participated. They are approaching 250,000 one-to-one visited in Australia wide, and approximately 25,000 health professionals participate every year. And they offer 3 programs every year. And Kaiser Permanente, as you know, the big insurance health company in the USA, have 9 million patients and over 20,000 doctors. They have used academic detailing for 30 years. And it's mandatory for their doctors to receive a clinical facilitator when they have a new program going on. Now, this is very small on the screen, I can see, but we have been studying this method since 2012. We have visited DARTIS in Australia and the National Resource Center for Academic Detailing in Boston, where Jerry Avon is the director. And I've been 6 weeks in Australia and followed the clinical facilitators around. And then we gradually worked towards Norwegian health authorities to get a pilot in Norway. And in 2015, we got some funding. And Deborah Drowett, who is the mother of academic detailing in Australia, she has trained more than 1,500 clinical facilitators. She came to Norway and helped us to educate 20 clinical facilitators. We want to use academic detailing to maintain and eventually increase GPs' pharmacological competence to avoid harm to their patients. As you know, we had this Vioxx scandal in 2004, and we chose NSAID as our first project because when Vioxx was done, diclofenac came up, and we had over 500,000 of Norway's 5 million inhabitants on diclofenac. And we still have, diclofenac still have 50% of the market in Norway. And we have had these letters from the authorities, and I didn't find the one from 2004, but we have a lot of them since, and they do not seem to have the desired impact. That's my question. There's been a lot of articles about the risk of NSAIDs around from FDA and from Prescriber and so on. And this article in The Lancet for 2013, where the Coxib and traditional NSAID trialist collaboration show that the COX-2 inhibitors, diclofenac and possibly ibuprofen, give serious cardiovascular and coronary events, while naproxen and ibuprofen also are bad for the GI adverse events. So then we made a brochure. We had a focus group. This is just 2 pages of our brochure. And we said that if possible, you should avoid selective COX-2 inhibitors and diclofenac. You should use, if necessary, you should use naproxen in the shortest possible period, eventually cover it with a proton pump inhibitor. And we said that elderly people and people with cardiovascular risk, decreased kidney function, users of ACE inhibitors or A2 blockers and diuretics are especially at risk, and so on and so on. So the first pilot, we visited 213 out of 247 possible GPs in the cities of Trondheim and Tromsø, and that's about 86% participation, and over 70% answered the quest back. 98% said they got useful information, 99% that the topic was relevant, 92% said that they would, to a great or a certain extent, change their practice when prescribing NSAIDs. 90% considered academic detailing as a very suitable method for producer-independent and evidence-based information, and 98% said we were welcome back. So then we used the prescription database to see if we could make any change in the prescriptions. And it's a pity that this meeting isn't going on in August, because then we would have the whole 12 months after the intervention. But I only can show you today 3 months after the intervention in 2015 compared with the same 3 months in 2014. The cities are Tromsø, Bodø, Trondheim, Bergen, and Norway as a whole. And the intervention was going on in Tromsø and Trondheim. And as you see, the average prevalence of diclofenac went down 19% in Tromsø and 35% in Trondheim. In the controlling cities and Norway as a whole, there was only minor changes. And the reason that it was less changes here was that they were better than us from the start. So now we are doing better use of antibiotics. It's our second pilot. And the first part of the project, we visited 455 GPs. I don't have the time to go through it, but you see the response rate of evaluation was almost 74%, and 90% of the GPs welcomed us into their practice during office hours. So I want to say that academic detailing is based on trust and reliable relationships in one-to-one interactive communication. And as clinical facilitators, we have to believe that doctors always want to do the best for their patients. And the doctors we visit must always be confident that the message we deliver is evidence-based and producer-independent for the best for their patient. And I want to show you the blog of Jerry Avon, where he argues why one-to-one interactivity matters. And he says, he was asked, isn't it cheaper if you just mail someone or teach them in a group? And he says, of course it's cheaper. But the main reason, he said, that academic detailing relies on one-to-one interactive communication is that it is the best way for the outreach educator to accomplish several key goals: to understand the clinician's current practices and attitudes and beliefs, to tailor a message specifically targeted to that person's educational needs and where he or she is coming from, and keep the learner engaged, because it's harder to read emails, gaze out the window, or even fall asleep if you are in the middle of a conversation. And I can tell you that for 2 days ago, we were visiting about 100 GPs, a group of 6 of us in Ålesund, and we came to one practice with 5 GPs, and they said, we don't want to do it one-to-one, we want to do it as a group. And it's true, one of them fell asleep during the session, and the session took 1 hour. If we were to speak to every one of them 20 minutes one-to-one, it would also take 1 hour, but only 20 minutes for each doctor. I wonder if I can show you to the... I have to get this up here. Because it's very important not only to do the things I don't get it here, I think. Maybe here? No, it's not there.
It doesn't let you...
Let's see, because this is all...
I don't know if it has... No, I don't know if it has sounds.
But just to finish, I want to say that it's very important to it's just a 30-second video from Australia, and it's very important also to engage the public and the patients when you are dealing with this. I think they took it down. But they are doing a lot of advertising both on the television and on YouTube and so on to engage the patients. Do we have 30 seconds?
Let's try to open from here. I hope it's fine. Lots of people are medicine-wise.
Yeah, it doesn't show on there. It doesn't come up, but you can see if you can. It doesn't come up here. You have to put it up on the screen. See?
Yes. Yes. Lots of...
It doesn't come up. It's another one standing there.
Yeah, it's better to close everything.
Yeah.
To finish.
Yeah. Just finish it. Yes. Yeah. Do that.
There's one.
And
More.
the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, there are so many open presentations that we don't know how. Oh, we are closing up now.
Yeah.
Here we are, and maybe we have some sound. This is an ad from the TV and later on YouTube. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's okay? Mm. So we think that it's expensive, but it is useful, and 98% of the GPs are welcoming us back face to face, 20 minutes. So let's see if the sound is coming up.
Lots of people are medicine-wise and fight illnesses without antibiotics. The World Health Organization says antibiotic misuse is building resistance, which means one day they may not work when we need them to. Antibiotics won't work on viruses like colds. They should only be used to fight bacteria. Join those who fought and won, and join the fight against antibiotic resistance.
Should be on the telly. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Roar. Now we are going to continue with my experience in risk communication, and I'm very pleased to welcome François Huyez, a very special guest from EUPARI. François is Director of Treatment Information and Access Policy Advisor. He was always been working as a patient advocate since the early 90s, and he joined Auris in May 2003.
Thank you, Yvette, and if I may add, I don't play football at all, but you cannot imagine how bad I am at football. when preparing this presentation, I asked to other patient advocates if they had recent cases of risk communication that they would like to discuss, to have presented in such an audience, to see if these recent cases could illustrate the recent changes or difficulties that remain. And to my surprise, and maybe that is an indication that things have changed, they only could come with good experiences. They received safety information, they disseminated to their peers with no issues. So I thought, well, if I present cases of stories that went well, it will be a very boring presentation because I know you prefer difficult cases, but I think it's an indication that is worth sharing. So what I did, and even though I'm from rare diseases and well-structured patient organizations, I think if we can achieve to increase risk communication to the larger public to start with, which is the patients, the people, the consumers who are, if I can say, into the wild, not connected to groups, consumer groups or patient organizations, then it means that we will have achieved the most difficult. And one case I'd like to start with is quite recent, and that was a referral proposed by the French agency. Apologies if I put the French agency on the spot with this case. And that was for hormonal contraceptive and the risk of venous thromboembolism. And it was almost a surprise that this controversy emerged in the press in France in 2013, because in fact, this risk had been identified for many years already. It was very well known, and there were already communication materials for healthcare professionals and for patients for almost a decade. But anyway, it came in the press, and France suspended the product for 3 months. It wasn't necessarily the decision of the national regulatory agency, but put under pressure by national authorities and the media on the other side. And then the PRAC was asked for an opinion, followed by, as it was a decentralized product, the CMDH with an opinion. They had similar opinions, and then the European Commission decided following these opinions, and the product was introduced back on the market. I think there are different lessons, many lessons we can learn from this case. First, there was certainly an excessive prescription rate of third and fourth generation contraceptive treatments. And I think, and this is not the first case, the first time that we see the term like new generation product per se being promotional. I have a second generation smartphone, and I never really compared it with the first generation smartphone of the same brand. I assume it's better because it's second generation. And for medicines, it's certainly a bit different, but maybe not that much. Another, and you will see an example, another lesson that we could have from this press coverage of this controversy was that for the first time, the role of EMA was prominent in the media coverage, sometimes well explained, but at least in the past we hadn't seen that many articles explaining how the national authorities and the European authorities communicate each other. The issue is, in this case, that the regulatory information that had been available for years had not been followed or respected by the prescribers. So this may have to do with what Frédéric explained before, that fairness, competence, efficiency have to be there for the regulatory body to really have an effect in their communication, and probably, and I'm not blaming the French agency, probably there may be issues there. We shouldn't start with the assumption that all agencies have listened to equally by the healthcare professionals. And maybe other approaches like the one we just presented on detailed one-to-one discussions or testers by testers. This is what I've heard proposed by patients. Why don't they send fake patients to visit the pharmacist or the healthcare professionals to see how they handle the cases, the information? I will say a word on the monitoring of drug utilization, because So that's the dates. That's also another agency which communicated early back in 1999 on the same risk with the same medicines. And the most important here is maybe the next slide. Well, the slide after this one, but this is a lesson that we learned. For the public, it is already probably much too complex. There is the national agency, which then asks an opinion to the first committee, which then goes to a second committee, which then goes to the EC. And even in the most serious press, like Le Monde here, you can't read it, but they say a first European agency gave an opinion, and they mention EMA, and then they say, and another agency, the CMDH, gave another opinion to the European Commission. So even for the most serious press, the respective roles and identity of these scientific committees is an issue. So imagine for the public to understand how decisions are made, how things are evaluated, is difficult to follow. But I think what was really useful is that even before the decisions were made, even before the things were analyzed, there was already a decrease in the prescriptions a decrease of the prescription of these medicines. I think prescribers realized that they had done they didn't really follow the information, the instructions on how to use these products compared to the first generations. So an idea that immediately came to our mind when we saw that, if we use that data to monitor the impact of the controversy, why can't we use these drug utilization studies and data even before to detect when, for example, there is an excess of prescription of one product or a class of product compared to what it is expected, and maybe to act on it, to investigate and ask prescribers why such a high prescription rate of a medicine which is not supposed to be prescribed that often. This has nothing to do with that case, but it's another important initiative that I would like to highlight. Engaging with the public, engaging on risk communication with organizations is possible, of course, is welcome, is needed. And for this, we need resources. We cannot seriously work on risk communication if we don't have first, professional resources, which means to create partnerships between pharmacovigilance experts and our organizations. And secondly, of course, the financial support as well. This is a call for projects that the French agency has every year since 2012. It covers how to improve information on medicines. It covers how to engage patients in reporting adverse drug reactions, and in different projects. You have a list. All the results are available on their website. For example, all knowledgeable, all responsible, all vigilant for patients who are transplanted, whatever the organ, and who are taking many immune suppressant products. They've been working with the Restart Association to make sure that the patients have the right information and that they understand how they can themselves monitor the treatment and the side effects when they have. What else can we think of which is certainly worth researching? And there have already been experiences using graphic visualization of benefit risk to improve the ease of communicating and presenting the results to the public, or the talking points for healthcare professionals. Not all healthcare professionals have communication skills where they can, in just 3 sentences, explain complex frequencies or complex concepts or complex information. If these talking tools are prepared for them and tested before they receive them, then they're more likely to use words, terms that their patients can understand. Two-way communication is certainly something we need to explore more, and social media. Contact persons in each patient organization for pharmacovigilance. That is also an idea to explore, someone who will be trained to understand the pharmacovigilance system and trained to explain important roles patients can play. Focus groups or interviews to to see if patients understood the information that was designed for them, and if not, what were the obstacles, the problems, so that the feedback can be brought back to those who prepare the information. For the two-way communication, the Web Radar project is developing a mobile app with the aim of having an app where healthcare professionals and patients can use not only to report adverse drug reactions, but to receive targeted information on the medicines they sign off for. And we think this is really very promising. The idea and the app is already in use in the UK, in the Netherlands, and I think in Croatia, or it is to come soon with VigiFlow and WHO partnership. And we think this kind of tools can really help, as you can direct targeted information, not the entire package leaflet, but the information in direct relation with the issue that the patient is reporting, or the patients, when reporting, can also learn about information from other sources, or receive an explanation on how the report will be analyzed and used, and if there is any change to the package leaflet, also receive alerts. The public usually doesn't know the risk scale, and this is a cartoon that we use sometimes. Well, it's from US data, so it is likely to change, but people have no, particularly for the risk of firearm assault, which sometimes we think is the first killer in the US, but well, in fact, it's not that high. But the idea is that when we discuss a frequency of a risk of death, for example, with product X, when we have the figure, we can explain to the reader, to the patient, well, it's somewhere here. It's equivalent to the risk of having a motorcycle accident or drawing, or depending on the risk, so that they can imagine which kind of risky it is. If you say it's equivalent to the risk of having a strike in France, it will say something to a French person, so the environment is important. The problem is that few agencies are engaging with patients. And certainly one issue, and it is not to blame the agency, they don't have the resources that they need to properly communicate with patients. These are from other work packages from the scope joint action. Few agencies have a specific budget, for example, to communicate on the reporting tools that they created for the public to report adverse drug reactions. Zero agency, in fact, except maybe one, recruited an additional person when patient reporting was introduced. So if you don't recruit someone, how can you organize two-way communication when you expect more patients to report to you about problems, issues they have with the medicines? Two-way communication means that you need someone at the other end to engage communication with you. Ways to explore, certainly public hearings, not only the EMA to come, but maybe national ones would really be useful to bring all parties, including the media, in the discussion with the scientific experts, so that we make sure that all what can be said about the issues that different parts of society are expressed and responded to. If you have a strategy to engage with social media, you should not underestimate the work it represents. Some of organizations, for example, have 40% of their staff working in social media. As soon as you start communicating with these tools, be prepared to an avalanche of consequences, sometimes expected, sometimes not so expected. There are health agencies which have different experiences in engaging with the public. Just mentioning one example in Australia, this is to prevent nightclubbers who are completely drunk at the end of the night to go home driving. So they send them reminders with SMS and different techniques to try to convince them that one of them shouldn't be drinking during the evening. The web portals, it's all nice, but I think we need to realize particularly those which were planned by the legislation, there is such a time gap between the moment the legislation is prepared and then implemented. Nowadays, the public is less and less using desktop and laptop, as you well know, but more tablets and iPhones. So there is a kind of disconnect between legal requirements for technical tools like this one and the evolution of the same technologies. So maybe it's not the right thing to have these requirements in the legislation. We need more flexibility. And if you have other ideas, we will have breakout sessions today. I'd like to present something which I found very exciting, presented recently at a meeting at a conference at the Uppsala Monitoring Center, presented in the US, where they present in parallel to the PRAC strategy to evaluate the impact of pharmacovigilance measures and policies, equivalent efforts are done in other parts of the world to understand not only if the user, the readers, understand the information, but what knowledge they gain, they keep from these. And they looked at the medication guides that they produce at the FDA. They looked at, they made surveys for 66 of them, and they had a technique to detect if more than 80% of the survey respondents currently answered questions about the primary drug risk. Altogether, about 30% of the medication guide assessments made the 80% threshold. And what is interesting is that if you look at the medication guide that came with additional materials like a patient card or extra additional materials for the patients to realize that, yes, there is something special which requires additional effort from my part to understand the message, then it's much higher. It's 83% of the medication guides plus the other elements achieving the satisfying threshold. I will finish with some preliminary results of a survey that ORDIS has been conducting, in fact, in parallel to scope work trying to understand patients' behaviors with risk communication. And for the moment, we have analyzed only 1,300 responses. One question was on trustworthy sources of information. And it's a completely different approach, but I think the conclusions are very similar. First, the hospital, doctors, nurses, it's in rare diseases where most of the orphan medicines and other treatments are prescribed in specialized centers. But 56% of responders mentioned the healthcare professionals as the trustworthy source of information, 23% the patient group, and then internet, but far below. And I think this is certainly something that we know. All patients read internet, use internet, but with cautious. I think we shouldn't over-exaggerate the impact that internet may have at least in patients with rare diseases, but probably the same is true for others. What starts to be worrying is that almost 20% of these patients don't have the product delivered at the point of the prescription. So this necessary continuity between the doctor and the pharmacist in these cases is not true. The patient has to go somewhere else, which means a different hospital or pharmacy, a different region, a different town, or a different country. So how can you organize continuity in the information chain for these patients who have to struggle to access medicines? Then we looked at the information they received at the time of prescription on possible side effect, for example, where 29% say that they were not comfortable with the information given at that time, and a bit less for the expected benefits. And then we asked the respondent to take and read that package leaflet. And we asked them, from what you can read in the package leaflet, does it correspond to the information you had at the time of prescription, both on benefits or indication, and does it correspond to what was said? And here again, there is quite a large proportion who say, well, not exactly. So we consider that there is a misinformation in this population. We have the possibility to detect off-label uses of many medicines for which patients responded they were taking them for three main reasons, or because the product is not intended for the condition they have, and that is for 41% of the respondents, or the dose is different for 22, and it is not shown, but the administration mode also may be a reason, and that's for 11. And we will look into more details if we can see differences between the responses when off-label use is detected versus when it is not. Side effects, so there was quite a high proportion of patients who reported in this survey mild, moderate, or severe side effect, and 45% who declared no side effect. So the next question was, when you had one, or if you don't remember you had one, but did you remember having reported one? And it's 80% who did so. They reported orally to their medical centers directly or via other tools, but I won't enter into details. We're still analyzing the results, so more to come. And to finish, another question on the black triangle. It was seen by 141 out of the 907 who took the package leaflet. So it's quite a high number of patients who could see a black triangle. So the next question is, when you saw it, did you know what it meant? And so I leave it to you to appreciate if it's high or low. We think it's quite high, 33% who knew what it meant. This is probably because we targeted the same audience that was also targeted when we communicate on the black triangle, when the EMA and the national authorities prepare their communications with videos and educational materials. So for us, it's a bit high, but it's not surprising. This is probably a patient population that has been targeted more than others with this campaign. So to conclude, I think that the initiatives where pharmacovigilance experts and patients work together have a really high value to generate common interest on pharmacovigilance. One missing part of the risk communication, though, is what can I do to prevent the risk or to mitigate their severity? This is systematically mentioned by patients. It's one thing to see to know the risk, the severity, the frequency, or the potential severity and frequencies, but what matters to us is who is telling us what can we do to prevent the risk of happening. Or when we have it, what can we do to minimize it? Of course, that's not the role of the package leaflet. It has more to do with the medical practice. But this is certainly something where healthcare professionals, doctors, pharmacists, and regulators should work together to improve, because that information often exists. The problem is that patients cannot find it. And another issue is that often the patient communication precedes the regulatory one. This is particularly the case when there are patients in a clinical trial, they have side effects, they talk with other patients or doctors or pharmacists or others trying to find a way to minimize the impact of the effect, and the information spread in the patient community even before any regulatory action has taken place on analyzing if there is something or what can be done. Or after marketing authorization, we have many cases where, in fact, patients, when they feel a certain degree of urgency, communicate results that they think are worth sharing with others even before regulators have acted on this. So here again, the need for partnership. And I will stop here. I'll thank all my colleagues and volunteers, particularly Hopkamp, who is there, who worked with me in this survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Now we're going to the last presentation of Work Package 6, results is the risk communication proposal for improvement presentation that we have been talking several times on the morning. And we are pleased to welcome Ilaria Baldelli and Emilia Cupelli, a very special guest from IFA. Ilaria Baldelli is a pharmacovigilance assessor. She was working at the Italian Medicine Agency since 2011. Her areas of expertise are RMPs and PSUR evaluation, signal detection, risk communication, and more in general, assessment of benefit risk for national and centralized authorized medicinal products. Amelia has been in force at the Italian Medicine Agency since 2011, where she works as a pharmacovigilance assessor. Prior to working at the IFA, she held position at hospital pharmacist as January 2015. She is the Italian alternate in the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee. So I ask you to come to the stage and help me in welcoming to the stage Amelia and Ilaria.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Amelia Cupelli. I work for Italian Medicine Agency. Today, in this presentation with my colleague Ilaria Baldelli, I'm going to illustrate the document Proposal for Improvement, which has been edited with the collaboration of all Working Package 6 participants. This document is intended as a practical guidance devoted to national competent authorities, focusing on selected aspects of risk communication. The document is neither intended to represent best practice nor to replace, of course, GPPs. Rather, it aims at giving positive reflection and advice based on national competent authorities, healthcare professional, and patient consumer experience gathered with the surveys. It's a flexible document that could be adapted to local situation and according to resources of national competent authorities. The source of data that we used for the preparation of the document come first of all from the two surveys that have been previously presented by the other colleagues. Collating information from the two surveys helped to identify success factors, effective methods, but also areas for further improvements. These data have been also complemented with the feedback received after consultation with EUPATI, BEUC, and Eurortis. Finally, relevant literature was reviewed in order to provide more grounds for recommendations. This slide illustrates the structure of the document. We have 5 main sections from the preparation and the planning of communication strategies to methods for communication, for dissemination, and for the evaluation of the impact. In the preparation of the document, we tried to have an approach aimed at provide a document that is easy to read, easy to consult. So each paragraph has a general part which includes some interesting and important results from the surveys, highlighting success points, but also ideas for improvement, hints on the operational aspects, and the ground for recommendation. At the end of each paragraph, a key aspect box summarizes the main recommendation of the section. Going in depth into the operational aspects of risk communication, it emerged from surveys that clear role, responsibilities, process and procedures should be in place in order to ensure an efficient process of communication. The process should be adapted to the national context. The identification of a person in the staff who coordinates the communication process could be considered, especially in case of more complex cases or situations. Finally, the involvement of the target in the communication process is considered a success factor. The communication process involves more than one expertise, both within and outside the agencies. This multidisciplinary team involves at least medical writers, clinical and pharmacovigilance assessors, communication experts. It may be useful to have a network of external experts available for consultation at a short notice. But as highlighted by some national competent authorities, this could be a challenge due to time constraints in case of urgent safety issues. In order to overcome this constraint, it is recommended to maintain a list of experts regularly updated in order to consult rapidly when possible and when needed. The implementation of a training program for agency personnel is recommended based on staff needs, not only for new resources, but also to maintain an adequate level of knowledge in the agency. Courses are generally led by internal staff, which comprehends both pharmacovigilance and communication units, which also provide the support to spokesperson in case of safety issues that are drawing media attention. In the message preparation, all efforts should be paid to provide a clear and comprehensive message adapted to the audience. Healthcare professional, patient and consumer are the primary target audience of safety communication, and as shown by the surveys, they are quite familiar with safety communication. However, from the survey emerged also that some healthcare professionals want to have communication with more details, but some others prefer to have an easier document. In order to meet the need of the majority, an onion layer format could be applied. So, in reviewing the materials, it is important to focus on few key messages, be concise and direct, but also facilitate the access to more detailed information. It is recommended to include a clear summary of key information at the beginning of the communication in order to frame the context. Also, pre-testing in order to assess the understanding of the key message by a sample of the audience, it could be considered on case-by-case cases when it is possible, and especially in cases of critical issues or in case of high public impact. About means used by national competent authorities in delivering safety communications, we distinguish in our document between tools and channels. For tools, we mean the strategies used by national competent authorities in order to provide up-to-date safety information. Examples of tools are bulletins, newsletter, DSC, or educational materials. Otherwise, channels are strategies used to disseminate the safety communication and reach the target audience. Examples of channels are web sites, web portal, media, social media, news feeds, but also medical journals or electronic prescribing dispensing systems. Tools and channels for safety communication should be chosen according to the need of the receivers. The use of multiple channels could be considered in case the safety communication should reach a large audience. In addition, from the service, imagine that some healthcare professionals asked for more easily retrievable information. Option to reach this target could be to implement repositories on NCA website to store safety communication, but also to incorporate safety communication into electronic prescribing dispensing systems. The reinforcement of the message over time is considered important, and and can reach also could be useful also to reach a large audience. The repetition of the message is useful to remind the audience about a key safety issue, or to expand information already provided, but with further details or additional national data. In this regard, periodic bulletins or newsletter are considered the suitable tool for this purpose. A flexible approach in selecting the proper channel, the proper frequency could apply, and also the use of national competent authorities' official colors and logo could be considered to distinguish the national competent authorities as a trusted source and sender of the safety communication.
Then, to go smoothly to the end, as you heard in the presentation from Annika, NCA's web portal and one of the main channels for safety communication used from national competent authorities. I won't go through the recommendation for web channels because they are widely reported in the web portal guidance, but just to remember that the web portal, we should ensure as national competent authorities that the content of the website is suitable for users, and so perform user testing when possible in order to be sure that the communication was effective. Then using also plain language and a language easily to understood for every kind of audience. But as you refer to the other web channel of communication, what should be explored, maybe explored by national competent authorities, are social media in two ways. In the sense that they can be used to reach a large audience, because they can reach actually a large audience, but also to receive feedback from the audience. And that this feedback, so discussion, comments, and so on, can be used to assess if the communication was actually effective or not. Then other channels could be the RSS feeds and newsletter, which are useful to reach a large audience, but also to update audience in a timely manner. This is two kinds of tools, which is widely known in European Union and widely used. And these two examples was shown to the healthcare professional because they are likely to have seen one or the other example of the HPC and educational material during their daily practice. And it emerged, as our colleagues said, that the HPCs are largely known, and maybe we could do more for educational materials. But the recommendation given in the proposal for improvement for the HPCs is, for example, in case of more than one marketing authorization holder involved in the communication, the best or a good recommendation could be to deliver a joint DHPC and involve all the mass in order to deliver a single and consistent message and avoid the confusion of the target. As far as it concerns the channel to deliver the DHPCs, there are differences among countries, so there is no an optimum, a good practice for everyone. But the best may be that the national competent authorities explore the preference of the audience at local level and choose the suitable channels that could be in paper or electronic or both. The text is a bit small, but you have the recommendation on your documentation. As far as it concerns the educational materials, since they are less known, or rather they are confused with the promotional materials, an option for national competent authorities could be to consider strategies to enhance the awareness of the educational materials and the purpose of the educational material among healthcare professionals. As Anna-Mary said, the patients for educational materials want more succinct educational material, simple educational material, and an educational material which can improve the discussion from the healthcare professional, who is the most trust source, to the patient. So include, when possible, graphs or tables and so on in order to improve this flow. Then, as far as it concerns the channel, it seems that paper format is preferred. But some national competent authorities also publish the educational material on the website, and this could be very useful to make the sender clear, because if a patient and healthcare professional can find the educational materials on the website, it is clear that the sender is the authority. Also, if at the end it is delivered from the pharmaceutical company. So maybe as a precautionary way of acting, using multiple channels is recommended for now. But also the feasibility of publish it can increase the effectiveness of the educational materials. Like our colleagues said, the most trusted sources for healthcare professionals are national competent authorities and their land societies. And so in order to increase the trust, in order to allow healthcare professionals to properly react, because they react if the sender is trust, we can do something. For example, for the HPC, an option could be to put on the envelope some symbol or statement in which it could be clearly understandable that the sender is the authority. Another option could be also that the national competent authority send their safety communication to the target without involving pharmaceutical companies. Though these strategies has a burden, because national competent authorities should set up and maintain a validated list of address of healthcare professionals. So it's not always feasible. The dissemination is the process of delivering the safety communication through the target, and in the cascade, let's say, there could be some amplifier. in this table, there are amplifiers that are currently used from some national competent authorities and could be considered as amplifier, such as the regional health authorities, and this is possible, obviously, in the countries where, for example, regional centers for pharmacovigilance or similar are in place, or teaching and university hospital pharmacies, and what was considered a good amplifiers were patient and consumer organization, although it depends on local situations and on the concern, and always, if possible, the learners' societies, because maybe it is the most trusted source for a healthcare professional. So sending the safety communication to the learned society, who in their turn can distribute the safety communication to their members, is a good option to amplify the message. And always regarding the dissemination, another good practice suggested from national competent authorities is organizing meeting with the media, especially for highly impact safety issues, because this could prevent multiple inquiries from the media to the national competent authorities, and also because the national competent authority deliver a clear and official message to the media, which usually in their turn bounce the information to the public. The last part of the toolkit is related to the evaluation of the effectiveness. And with the surveys, we realized that something has been already done, but there are maybe the need for future improvement on this, because there is no systematic approach in place to evaluate the effectiveness of safety communication. Also, the GVP take in consideration the indicators and divided it in process indicators, that to say what we use to assess if the plan has been respected, or the outcome indication, which says us if a certain risk control has been achieved. So we can use process and outcome indicators. We know that there is the option of pharmacoepidemiological studies to put in place, but it is feasible in case of high impact issues. It's difficult to systematically perform pharmacoepidemiological studies. In the documentation, you can find, in the proposal for improvement, a comprehensive table of, or I hope a quite comprehensive table of indicators that could be taken into consideration to evaluate effectiveness of risk communication. The third column contains the indicators which are of the both spaces, so outcome or of process indicators. And in the first column, the source from which the data can be taken. And these are only a few examples of the table. For example, national competent authorities can take into consideration the analysis of ADR report, drug utilization data, prescription data, that's to say from database within the agency or external database. Or, for example, for safety issues published on the website, the number of website page visitors can be taken into consideration, or rather the number of copy downloaded from the website, or the number of healthcare professional inquiries. Or, in a more systematic approach, national competent authorities could perform individual interview on focus group and collect perception on specific aspect of the safety issues. This cycle was shown also in another presentation, and it is good because it means that we are at the same stage. And it is a cycle for allow a continuous improvement in risk communication. We call it DMEA cycle. DMEA is an acronym which means designing communication, implementing activities in a two-way risk communication framework with the consultation, of course, with the patient and healthcare professional, then monitoring the communication delivering and evaluating it, and using the data retrieved from the evaluation for adjusting future communication if it needed. And that's all. I don't know if there are any questions or postpone to the breakout, maybe. No question. Okay. Okay. Lunchtime.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you, Laria. Now we are going to have lunch, and then when we come back, Frederick will give us a brief explanation how the breakout session will be performed. And you have the group, you have the colors in the registration, and also the questions in the app or in the workshop website. Okay, thank you.